Okay. Good evening. Sorry, I need to pull. We start with a roll call vote, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Michelle.
Ms. Grijalva?
Here.
Dr. Gravosa?
Here.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Here.
Ms. Shaw?
Here.
Ms. Counts?
Here. Okay. I'm sorry, I have to pull up board docs. Unless Dr. Trujillo, you would like to just go ahead and take over until I can pull up board docs.
The pledge.
Okay. Sorry. So hard to do this online and not have everything in front of me. All right. So tonight we have a student from, her name is Bolena Orenia Mendez, and she's a fifth grader at Van Buskirk. She is in the two-way dual language program at Van Buskirk. And is Bolena here with us?
Here.
Hi, Bolena. I'm sorry, let me pull up my YouTube. Did you want to say anything about what you like about your school or TUSD?
I love how my school always really cares about my education and how they always care about us.
Great. Well, thank you for joining us here tonight. And how do you like the two-way dual language? You're in fifth grade, so do you feel like you're pretty much bilingual at this point?
Kind of.
Yeah. My kids are in two-way dual language at Bloom, and it's a great program, so happy that you're doing that. All right, Bolena, do you want to, we'll pull up the American flag, and if you'd like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yo prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación ante Dios indivisible por libertad y justicia para todos.
That was awesome. Thank you so much, Bolena, for joining us tonight.
Muchas gracias.
Okay. And Dr. Trujillo, I still do not have the board docs pulled up, so can you let me know what's next?
President of the Council, may I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm having trouble getting into board docs as well. Is anyone else having trouble with it, or I can't log in? And
yeah, it's saying support, and it's not letting.
Okay, so I'm not okay. Same problem I think I'm having is just not being able to get into it. I was in it just a few minutes ago, but then I tried to refresh, and I can't get back into it.
Okay.
Yes, my board docs also just went out, so we are experiencing some technical difficulties.
Okay.
Ms. Counts, I have it up, and if you'd like me to call out the next item for you.
Yes, please, Rob, if you can just continue until I can get this situated.
Okay, so next on the agenda is, are there any agenda adjustments?
We do not have any agenda adjustments to recommend this evening.
Dr. Trujillo?
Yeah.
I was wondering if we could have the return to school item, COVID update, moved up, because I know we have a lot of people interested in that item.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll make it work. My preference is to leave it where it's at because we do have some presenters that, no, we'll make it work. Right.
Well, if there's a scheduling conflict, that's fine. I just, it was asked of me if it could be moved up, but if there's a conflict where something won't happen because people weren't planning on joining us until later, then just say, yeah, no, it's not going to work out. And I'm okay with that.
I would prefer that we leave it in place.
Okay.
We'll be okay.
Okay.
All right, and I am back online with board docs. So next we're moving on to Superintendent's Report, Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Counts, members of the governing board. I would like to first make sure logistically, Jean, do we have our link set up for our memorial video?
Yes, Dr. Trujillo, it's ready.
Okay. President Counts, members of the governing board, tonight we began not just with an opportunity to mourn the devastating loss of our beloved colleagues, but it's also an opportunity to celebrate their lives and their legacies and what they meant to so many students and so many community members and so many colleagues for so long. Though they served in different corners of our vast district, each with a distinctly unique road they traveled to get here, a board member and a proud product of the district schools he loved so much, a former police officer who left his career in law enforcement because he felt so strongly in the calling he felt to serve young people at Catalina High School, a bus driver who lit up the lives of thousands of children each day just with his smile, a coach and a chess enthusiast who cherished his beloved Sam Hughes community so much, he spent 52 years there, the library assistant who had such high expectations for her students that she referred to each and every one of them as scholars, the state championship soccer coach who realized his own American dream after migrating to the United States as a young man and would go on to change the lives of thousands of young people through the history that he taught and the sport that he coached and loved for over 20 years. The newly arrived third grade teacher who left his beloved Texas to realize his dream teaching Arizona's children, and the paraprofessional and proud mother who loved her family and her colleagues in the language acquisition department more than anything, and a former Pueblo warrior and Vietnam veteran who believed so strongly in the mission of the newly opened Innovation Tech High School that he came out of retirement in Las Vegas to answer the call of service to young people one more time. Though their roads were different and distinct, they shared a common destination, our Tucson Unified Schools. And I would like to believe that they also shared a common dream and philosophy, that dream and philosophy of changing the world for the better, one child at a time. As we mourn their loss, celebrate their legacy, we take comfort in knowing that in the book of history that is the 154-year history of District 1, each one of these celebrated colleagues authored their own unique page in the TUSD story. Michael Hicks, Ruben Caquigas, Bruce Furco, Janet Acuna, Dr. Miguel Enriquez, Coach Ismael Arce, Jim Talmadge, Dr. Colette Sims, Luis Fierro, rest easy, rest in peace. Jean? President Counts, members of the governing board, in remembrance and celebration of our dearly departed colleagues, I would like to observe a moment of silence. Thank you. It is the end of the first week of February, and every February here in the Tucson Unified School District represents our opportunity to celebrate and honor the leaders, the poets, the authors, the thinkers, the artists, the scientists, the academics, the athletes, the musicians, the congressmen and women, and senators, and yes, the president, that have distinguished the African American community's influential role in shaping the past, present, and future of American life. Thus, every day in February, we will be taking time out to celebrate and honor some of our country's greatest heroes and their greatest achievements in their struggle for justice, equality, and freedom. From Crispus Attucks to Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman, to Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver, to Joe Louis and Miles Davis, Louis Armstrong, Maya Angelou to Ruby Bridges and Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall, Muhammad Ali, to John Lewis and Martin Luther King Jr. Their stories and achievements exemplify the collective values that we aspire to as a nation: justice, freedom, equality, and peace. As such, all month long, I invite you to join me in checking out the African American Student Services Department homepage and all of our social media platforms, where we will be advertising and communicating the dates and times of the celebratory activities that we will be observing each day in February to celebrate the achievements of our most famous Americans and the African American heroes that distinguish themselves through their contributions in the 500-year fight for freedom and equality in this country. I bring your attention to February 1st through 28th. Every single day this month, we will be posting on our school websites Black History Facts that you can check out your local school's webpage to see what Black History Fact will be posted that particular day. We are proud to host starting February 20th, a series of speakers that we will welcome to TUSD starting on February 20th at 9:30. We will welcome back TUSD alumni, Tucson High alumni, and NFL cornerback for the Buffalo Bills, Levi Wallace, to talk about his experience overcoming diversity. I want to thank governing board member Sadie Shaw, who participated on February 4th on a panel discussion with other African American school board members from around the state on a panel centered on why school board diversity matters, the role and purpose of African Americans in serving on school boards. So I invite the community to check out all of our social media platforms and the African American Student Services homepage for the dates and times of the activities that will be occurring throughout the month of February. President Count, that concludes my report for the evening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Ms. Shaw, would like to move on to guidelines to address the board.
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Trujillo, for honoring Black history and reminding people that we do have events throughout the month. And I do want to just add in that Black history is American history, and we should honor it every day and every month of the year. Public participation at board meetings. During the audience call, the board clerk will recognize speakers and maintain order by setting appropriate limitations. The governing board is committed to the safety of the entire TUSD community. In order to observe the recommended safeguards for reducing the rate of spread of COVID-19, the following procedures related to the call to the audience portion of board meetings will be observed. All public comments for the meeting were accepted in written form. Public comments will be read into the record by the program coordinator of staff services to the governing board. Our staff will make sure each board member receives a copy. At the conclusion of the call to the audience, The governing board president will ask if individual board members wish to respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the board, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. By law, at most, 2 board members can address any single issue raised during the call to the audience. And the first person up is Pilar Ruiz.
Dear TUSD Governing Board, Superintendent Trujillo, Legal Counsel, and all TUSD employees, we would like to share our appreciation of the dedication Michael Hicks had to the students, parents, employees of TUSD, and the entire Tucson community. We appreciated that Michael was a working man as well as a product of TUSD and a TUSD parent. He always listened to families and employees. He did not take criticisms of the board personally, but rather saw them as opportunities to improve. He advocated for better pay for bus drivers and other hourly employees. He pointed out that they were underpaid and should not be overlooked. Michael Hicks believed in transparency, and because of his follow-up on concerns about the teachers' 301 monies, 4 years of misappropriation was uncovered and teachers were finally paid their money. He also truly believed the stakeholders should be heard. He established the requirement that policy changes and new policy should be put out for public review and input before they could be voted on and approved by the board. He was a man of common sense and genuinely liked people. Even if he disagreed with you, he could still have a meal with you, have a discussion with you, laugh with you, and give you one of his famous hugs. His passion for the students was undeniable. He went to as many extracurricular activities as humanly possible at all grade levels. When he went to visit schools, he was happy to see everyone, and he interacted with all the staff, not just the administration. After the governing board tenure ended, his love for TUSD certainly did not. He began attending meetings of CARE, the Coalition of Accountability, Respect, and Excellence for TUSD Students, where our members appreciated his insights. He was not a man driven by politics or ego, but rather a true desire to serve his community and lift up the youth of tomorrow. He was a good example of servant leadership, an honest and honorable man. Michael Hicks was a champion for students, their families, and the working men and women of TUSD. He will be missed, and we extend our sincere condolences to the Hicks family. Thank you for sharing him with us. Representative of CARE, Coalition for Accountability, Respect, and Excellence, Pilar Ruiz.
Next up is Kate Donovan.
Dear board members and Dr. Trujillo, thank you so much for taking the time to listen to the concerns of all the stakeholders. I am both a parent of a TUSD student and have been a teacher in the district for 20 years. While I do appreciate your willingness to listen to input, I hope that as you make this critical choice about when to send us all back on campus, that you give the utmost importance to science. I implore you to make your decisions about the safety of our community based on the numbers of COVID cases and deaths due to COVID in Pima County. I'm sure that you are all aware that Arizona is an international hotspot with some of the highest numbers of COVID cases and deaths in the world. TUSD has been a brave and shining example of remaining remote as the dangers due to COVID continue to increase. Please wait until all staff has been able to receive both vaccine shots before sending us back on campus. It would be unnecessarily dangerous to send people back on campus when we are so close to having all of our staff fully vaccinated. To consider sending us back this quarter is a terrible idea for several reasons. The first reason, of course, is safety. Please wait until fourth quarter when the process of full vaccination has been completed. Secondly, it makes no sense to send us back between rodeo break and spring break, as these are the last 2 weeks of the quarter. Please wait until the logical break between third and fourth quarter. Third, the survey that was sent to parents to get input was simply unintelligible. If you are going to ask for parent input, please have a teacher write the survey. I reread it many times and still have no idea how to even fill it out in a way that represents my beliefs and choice in the matter. I was terribly discouraged by the past surveys to parents and thought that for sure the next survey would be more user-friendly and we could actually get data that meant something. I was wrong. Please consider rewriting the parent survey so that parents can understand it and easily give input. These are indeed challenging times, and you have an incredible amount of responsibility in making these choices. As a lifelong educator, we have always been told to make data-driven decisions. Please make the choice about when to send us back in person based on scientific data in terms of COVID rates in our community. Sincerely, Kate Donovan.
And if I may, Dr. Trujillo, can we see about rewriting the parent survey and getting teacher input and principal input on a new survey?
Ms. Shaw, was that the last speaker?
Yes, on Kate Donovan's. No, it wasn't the last speaker, but that comment was in regard to Kate Donovan's.
We can save that until the end when board members have a chance to respond.
Oh, forgive me. Next is Nancy Gutierrez.
Hello, Dr. Trujillo and board. I want to begin by saying how grateful I have been to teach online this year. It has come with its own unique set of struggles, but I can tell you that students are learning and we have established strong connections in class despite the screen and technology. I completely understand that we will be returning to the classroom this year to accommodate students who are not able to be successful online and do not have the opportunity to be successful online. However, I ask that we go back at the beginning of fourth quarter rather than 2 weeks before the quarter ends. As a teacher and a parent of a Tucson High Badger, I do not think that interrupting a quarter at this point will serve any educational purpose. We have all planned for our assessments and projects for online learning through third quarter. We will gain nothing by returning to schools before spring break. Additionally, many teachers have not been able to get their vaccines yet. Sending us back without being fully vaccinated when we are this close is not the right choice. I have read the CDC recommendations for returning to school, and I don't see that TUSD will be able to fulfill the requirements of ventilation, PPE, or having the community shut down restaurants, bars, and college parties. So we won't be able to be safe in our classrooms with students in small classrooms with 1970s ventilation and no windows. This has not changed and it won't change. As a teacher, I am very committed to doing my very best for all of my students, but I do not think that should cost me my health or life. We have bent over backwards, changed plans several times, learned new technology, reached out in new ways, and worked tirelessly to bring real and equitable learning to our students. Please respect our efforts and do not force us back into the unsafe classrooms before it is safe to do so. I would say that one way to measure if it is safe is to ask if the board meetings are held in person and on school properties. If that isn't happening, the question must be asked, why would we be asked to be in closed classrooms with over 100 students throughout the day in person? Respectfully, Nancy Gutierrez.
Next is Margaret Cheney.
Dear members of the governing board, before the pandemic hit this world, TEA has advocated for more affordable and better health care for our members and their families. Each year, we hope that employees will take advantage of the wellness program so that they will save money and stay healthy with the incentive offered by the district. And yet, we are also aware that this is not enough for many of our members to cover the costs of family care. This past year has demonstrated the importance not only of having health care, but holding the right type of coverage. More than any other year, the disparities among both classified and certified employee ability to pay are glaringly evident, much like the digital divide highlighted the disparities in our school communities. Parents who cannot afford family coverage, individuals in need of costly pharmaceuticals, young versus old, certified versus classified. One thing remains clear. If it were not for the district's ability to help defray the costs, most would have little or no health care. Thank goodness for this coverage and the 15% limit within our consensus agreement. Tonight, you will be shown recommendations that drastically increase employee health care costs, while also adding a new plan that nearly doubles the premium cost for an individual, while also doubling the deductible, shifting the cost to the employee, while providing worse coverage. Plan rates are going up only about 15%, but the district is recommending raising employees' rates by at least 20%. This is not cost sharing. This is cost shift to employees during a pandemic. We are not all blessed with young, healthy bodies, nor are we fortunate enough to raise children or spouses who rarely need to see a doctor. I cannot express how disappointed I was reviewing this recommendation and worry about the messages this sends to TUSD staff. TEA wants you to know that we adamantly oppose these insurance increases and thus new higher deductible plan. Many classified workers, those same workers who have been on the front lines since last August, are paid a minimum hourly wage and will struggle to cover the health insurance increases proposed tonight. Family coverage will be downright impossible. The same is true for certified workers, as family coverage is $700 to $1,500 a month. This is a full paycheck out of their pockets and doesn't even begin to address the deductibles. While we understand that healthcare costs are bound to increase over time, we find the plan to raise costs in the middle of a global pandemic while simultaneously not extending COVID leave as other districts have managed to do, unsustainable and frankly reprehensible. TEA looks forward to working with the district to find alternative solutions that do not reduce coverage and increase cost on employees. Sincerely, Margaret Cheney, TEA President.
Next is Rachel Miller.
Dear all, as I expect for most people, I find that days blur into weeks, into months, and I miss the latest opportunity to contribute to the conversation regarding the return to in-person school. I hope you will consider this comment. Both my children attend Miles ELC and are in 3rd and 8th grade. I previously stated in an earlier survey my wish to keep both kids at home, as both my eldest child and I have heart condition, and my cardiologist had shared we were at increased risk for complications if infected with COVID. However, since talking with physicians, reading about the studies regarding low transmission of COVID, this is a nice summation of a few studies and this at school sites in the below 14 age group, and observing that other districts have gone back successfully without an increase in rates of infection, I am convinced that school is certainly safe for my youngest child to return, and given firm masking enforcement, both staff and kids, and emphasize social distancing, specifically among staff, and perhaps active use of outdoor spaces, that it is also safe for staff as well. I would urge you to consider the full day return to school for pre-K through 5th grade, or even just to the pre-K through 3rd grade as soon as humanly possible. I know the educational impact on my 9-year-old is significant, and that's what the parents who can currently work from home and have the stability to support. I'm a former teacher. The impact on children whose families are unable to give the same support must be devastating. Please follow the evidence, not sensationalized news reporting. Demand strict masking and social distancing, especially among staff. Strengthen contact tracing, and let's get back to school. Yours sincerely, Rachel Miller, TUSD parent.
Next up is Marjorie Letson.
Dear TUSD Board, I am writing as a teacher with TUSD for more than 45 years and as a mother of 6 TUSD grads and grandmother of 1 current 3rd grader at Borton. Please move to reopen TUSD schools. As a teacher, I have worked to make my online lessons engaging, student-centered and rigorous, but even with my best efforts, I cannot duplicate the social nurturing of an on-site school. I understand that online learning was required to ensure student and staff safety during the pandemic, but I have seen students struggle with online school because they do not have the physical proximity of the teacher. School is so much more than teaching standards and improving scores on AZ merit. School provides support services for mental and physical health, and students missing these services may have permanent emotional and intellectual damage. Please reopen our schools safely and soon, as guided by the CDC and other health agencies, while providing an option for online learning for families who request it. Marjorie Letson, 6th grade teacher and Odyssey of the Mind coach sponsor, McGee Middle School.
Next is Angela Urban Bonang.
I am writing to express my concern regarding the most recent interest survey that was sent home. I expect that these survey results may be used to inform decisions about school openings. However, I worry that there is no actual value in these results. The survey did not give parents any indication of when their preferences for school options would begin. Was it asking what we would like to do in a few weeks, which seems like an arbitrary decision not based on any health recommendations? Or was it asking that we would like to do what we would like to do when the Pima County Health Department says it is okay to do so? Or when the indicators on the data dashboard are back in the green? By not giving parents any indication of the answers to these questions, answering the survey was like throwing darts at a dartboard. Like most parents, I would certainly like my kids to go back to school in person, but health indicators are still in the red. My survey answers were based on the current situation, even though they could change if health indicators changed. Others answered based on when health officials say it is safe to return. Please keep this in mind when considering the survey results in your decision making, and please ensure that future surveys are written in a way that allows for meaningful results. Surveys of the sort were filled out last week do not give parents faith in the TUSD system. Thank you for the difficult work you are doing. Angela Urban Benign.
Next is Jeanette Ruppel.
Good evening, board and superintendent. The CDC says it's safe to reopen schools, and most people stop at that statement and base their understanding on safe reopening of school buildings. It is more complicated than that. 1, everyone needs to wear masks. Are we prepared to send students home if they refuse to comply? 2, everyone needs to be 6 feet apart. This is not a and or compliance. We need both. View the pictures and videos shown in the news articles and segments of schools doing it right. Many of them show students too close, show teachers too close. If a classroom is 30 feet by 15 feet, 10 students can safely self-distance with a teacher. 3, classrooms need proper ventilation. How many schools would match that ventilation? We have schools over 60 years old in the district. 4, community spread has to be low. Right now, it's not low. Unfortunately, our governor has tied our hands on this issue. Even the studies say with all this criteria followed, the spread was minimized, if it was not 0. Every number represents a person in peril, a family in peril. Families will have a choice to send their children. I will not be sending mine. Teachers and staff will not have a choice. We need to wait until they are vaccinated. When you make this decision, please put students' education first, not their parents' wishes, which are wants, not needs, not their emotional social needs, which can be addressed by parents and will be mended after the pandemic, not their preference to experience real school, because the experience of real school will not be had until after the pandemic. Thank you for your time, Jeanette Ruppel.
Next is Beth Putnam Hidalgo.
Dear board members, my name is Bets Putnam Hidalgo, and I speak tonight as once a TUSD parent to 5 current TUSD parents. The topic is substitute teachers. When my son went to Stafford, I was a parent liaison at Holiday. Although a magnet school, it was still highly concentrated in minority students. In the English classes that I taught there, parents were outraged that their students were so often taught by substitutes, and I joined in their outrage. As a parent, I definitely thought my child should be taught by a fully certified teacher. I felt that at Holiday had a lot of subs because of low teacher pay, TUSD's slow and inefficient hiring, and discrimination by the district. That was a case of where you sit determines where you stand. As a parent, I thought that substitutes were less than full teachers. Now, I can see that they are highly educated, certifiable to be teachers in some cases, but preferring to remain subs, and very hard workers. Having worked all over the district in multiple grade levels, they bring a knowledge and an ability to adapt to new situations that is hard to find elsewhere. They are an essential resource to the teachers and to the district. They literally keep our schools open and our students learning. I propose a reset. Too often, substitutes are treated as invisible and are misrepresented and undervalued. They are a crucial backup system for our teachers and our schools. I ask you to see substitutes as more than an exhausted or sick teacher that urgently needs a break, more than an unsupervised classroom that gets sent next door to double the load of another teacher, and more than students losing out on learning. I ask you to see them for what they are, not what they aren't. Our once prevailed subs have had to fight their way back to being TUSD employees. The interlude of privatization messed with their sick pay, which remains an outstanding issue, especially during the pandemic. It is time that they be treated with the respect and admiration that, with all of the essential workers at our schools, they deserve. As board members, I urge you to see them in this light and treat them accordingly.
Glenn Fernier.
Dear members of the TUSD board, as you contemplate reopening schools for in-class instruction, please take into account the science that suggests a single approach for all schools is not warranted. Data indicate that high school students behave much more like adults in virus response than do elementary school students, with middle school students somewhere in between. While this may be appropriate to consider reopening some elementary schools, that is not the case for high schools in the midst of a still high number of cases in the community and the yet to be seen result of the Super Bowl weekend gatherings. Many school districts in other countries have taken the approach of only reopening elementary schools. Please consider this approach. Sincerely, Dr. Glenn Fernier.
Risa Olson.
Dear Governing Board and Dr. Trujillo, first of all, thank you for helping to keep students, teachers, staff, and TUSD community safe by allowing us to teach, learn remotely. Second, I hope this continues throughout the remainder of the school year in order to continue to keep us safe. Here are some statistics taken from the Arizona Daily Star. COVID deaths in Pima County starting with yesterday, 0, 26, 24, 38, 37, and it continues. Some days it was a loss of life in the 70s. Last week's headline, 90,000 will die from virus in the next 4 weeks. Today's headline, COVID reinfections now believed to be more widespread. News from the past week, UK variant more deadly than the first thought, deaths double. UK variant now found in US. South Africa variant now found in US. Brazil variant now found in US. As things go from bad to worse, we need to continue what we've been doing, getting everyone vaccinated. I have been trying for the past 3 weeks to get an appointment for a vaccination with no luck. Getting the air ventilating, filtrating systems up to par at all the schools. Getting the proper N95 masks for everyone at all the schools. Putting the safeguards into place at all the schools. And remaining at home where it's safe, and with many prayers, we will be ready to go back to school in the 21-22 school year when it's safe. If we go back before then at what cost? At whose cost? Thank you, Risa Olson.
And last is Dan Ireland.
Good evening, Dr. Trujillo, President Counts, noble board members, and trusted lead counsel. I write to you on behalf of the Palo Verde School Council, which I have the honor to be its facilitator. We feel it is important to keep school councils as an essential part of a school's administrative hiring process. A school council is a perfect embodiment of the multiple stakeholders of a school. It contains parents, students, teachers, support staff, administration, and even community membership. All of these groups should have, all of these groups should have a say in the leadership and decisions of a school. I know that school councils have not always been active nor consistent at all schools, and I would urge the district to look to re-empower them rather than strip them from some of their responsibilities. The late Judy Burns was a strong advocate for school councils and strove to reform them into a meaningful democratic decision-making body. She even was pivotal in renaming them from site councils to school councils, since the school community should be at the center. This is part of her legacy. I urge you all to please work to strengthen our school councils, train those that are in error or inactive. They're essential to running schools with the consensus of all, not merely the administrator or even just the school staff. Parents and students and the community deserve a voice. Please do not silence it. Dan Ireland, Palo Verde High Magnet School.
That was the last letter, Ms. Counts.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Board members, any comments or responses? Go ahead, Ms. Shaw.
Yeah, if I could just reiterate what I said in regards to Kate Donovan's letter, having teacher and principal input on the parent surveys before they get sent out.
Dr. Trujillo?
Yeah, I'd like to just respond to one of the speakers regarding subs. I just want it noted for the record that our administration has been one of the most responsive to subs in recent history. And one of the earliest actions of our administration in 1718, we raised the daily sub rate from $92 a day to $100. During the 1819 school year, our administration facilitated a historic and significant pay raise for both short-term and long-term subs that were serving in traditionally hard-to-fill schools, and positioned our subs as some of the best compensated in Pima County, as this pay raise equaled between $25 and $35 a day. Tonight, in response to concerns that our subs brought to our attention, we will be discussing a proposal to continue emergency COVID sick leave for all employees, not just subs, this evening. So I just want to reiterate, for the record, our responsiveness to our subs over the years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Other board members? I would just like to say thank you for Rachel Miller's comments tonight, particularly in following the facts and being willing to change, most importantly, being willing to change your mind. I know a lot of times people kind of get stuck in one way of thinking, but allowing new information to be able to change one's mind is a huge, huge deal. And I just appreciate you for your comments and your ability to do that. So thank you. All right, not hearing any other comments.
Ms. Counts.
Yes.
If I may, I wonder if we could review Margaret Cheney's suggestion that we collaborate with her and TEA to find an alternative healthcare plan.
Dr. Trujillo, did you want to say anything about that?
So that is a request that would have to be fielded by the board. The board took action to create the Employee Benefits Trust Board, which is a board-appointed committee that is charged with making recommendations to the governing board, which it's doing tonight. So I will leave it in the hands of the board. The board will certainly provide us direction. If you want us to shift course and make it a pure negotiations item, move it out of Employee Benefits Trust and entirely into negotiations, that's essentially what the request is, if I'm hearing Ms. Shaw correctly. We would be directly negotiating benefits with the association, which in that case, we would have to, I would have to advocate for AFSCME, CWA, and all the other associations if it's going to become a direct association negotiable item.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. Ms. Shaw, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Shaw. I just heard as when we do hear the presentation tonight as just a recommendation, we'd like to have that discussion at that point. Is that kind of where you were going with that?
I guess that's where I'm going. I just wonder if the committee that came up with this, if any of those bargaining groups were a part of that committee. So I think that it would be beneficial for them to be on board and a part of the solution on that.
Yeah, I think that we can talk about that during the agenda item. Absolutely. And that's appropriate, yeah. Ms. Grijalva, did you have anything?
No, that was just, I thought we could discuss it at the item, and I don't think that, I didn't hear that either. That was my only comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, Dr. Trujillo, consent agenda.
On the consent agenda, I'd like to pull item 5.6. We have some erroneous BAI language we'd like to address before coming back with that. So that would be the only item that I'll pull.
Okay. I'm sorry, that was 5.6?
Item 5.6, yes.
Okay. And do I need to get a board vote on that? Or just by unanimous consent? Any board members have objection to the pulling of that? Okay. All right. Board members, is there any anything that you would like to say about consent agenda or pull or ask to review? Okay.
I'll go ahead and move the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Subtracting the item that Dr. Trujillo mentioned.
Okay, so that was moved by Ms. Grijalva and seconded by Dr. Ravi. And all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All right, consent passes. Next is item 6.1. I'm sorry, Dr. Trujillo, did we pull the study item to move it up, or was it going to stay where it was? My computer was breaking up at that point.
We were going to keep it where it was, just to get one of the presenters needed that time. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, let me go ahead and vote online. Then that takes us to item 6.1, administrative appointments, reassignments, and transfers for Director of Asian, Pacific American, and Refugee Student Services, Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Counts, governing board members. Tonight, we proudly make a recommendation to fill a very, very important position in the district that's been vacant for some time. And tonight's hiring recommendation, we're very excited about. She has extensive experience working overseas. Most recently as a U.S. Department of State language fellow, serving in Guatemala, but also has extensive experience working in Indonesia as well. So tonight we want to recommend Miss Selena Mahoney. She's returning to Tucson. She was from Tucson originally before her overseas assignments. And we look forward to your consideration of her candidacy this evening.
I'll second.
Okay. Item moved by myself and seconded by Ms. Grijalva. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Congratulations. Is she here with us?
Ms. Mahoney.
Hello, I am here.
Oh, welcome to TUSD. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much. Thank you for this appointment, and I am so excited for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Glad to have you on the team. All right, item 6.2 for the technology ex officio member position for the Technology Oversight Committee.
Excuse me, Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Can you please remind board members to vote online?
Oh, yes.
Before going to the next item. Thank you.
Probably saying that to me too. All right. Yes. Item 6.2, Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, tonight we're looking to fill a vacancy on one of the governing board's established board-appointed committees, Technology Oversight Committee. Tonight's nominee, if you will, is our governing board member, Ms. Natalie Luna Rose. For your consideration.
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Is Natalie looking forward to it? She's willing to take the nomination? We didn't ask. I just want to make sure.
Ms. Grijalva, yes, I am. I'm a little bit of a techie nerd, and I would like to help the district along in this endeavor.
Okay, well, I would like to move the nomination of Natalie Luna Rose.
I'll second that. Thank you, Natalie, for stepping up.
Thank you, Natalie. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Congratulations, Natalie, and thank you for doing that. Next, 6.3, proclamation of February as Career and Technical Education Month and TUSD.
Ms. Counts, I just want to say if anybody's looking for a vote on the previous one, I'm frozen again on board docs. I'm not sure if anybody else is.
Oh, yeah, I'm not seeing anything on board docs.
Yeah, I can't advance to different agenda items right now. So if
I am frozen.
anybody's looking for a vote, I'm not able to vote online.
It's probably because she's doing that and it takes a little bit of time. It just happened to me too. So once she puts it in there for us to vote, then it will free up.
Okay.
Excuse me, Dr. Garosha. For item 6.1, I waited and I voted for you. And I haven't released the online voting because I'm trying to figure out who motion, Ms. Grijalva motion, and who second the item.
Dr. Ravi.
Okay.
Dr. Shaw.
Okay, it's open for online voting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and vote for you, Dr. Grosha.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm frozen still on board docs.
Okay. Everybody had a chance to vote then?
Yes.
All right. 6.3, Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, item 6.3, President counts board members. February is Career and Technical Education Month. So here to read officially our proposal for the governing board to proclaim it CTE month here in Tucson Unified is our coordinator for Career and Technical Education, Mr. Chuck McCollum. I think he may be on mute.
There we go. Again, good evening, President Counts, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, and Councilor Ross. Before I read the proclamation we would like you to approve, let me say we're very proud of what our CTE instructors have done throughout this pandemic and in remote learning. It's really not easy, as you all know, especially when you're trying to teach automotive or welding remotely and all the kids are used to hands-on experiences. We're very proud of our teachers and they're doing a fabulous job. Without further ado, let me read the proclamation. Whereas February 2021 has been designated Career and Technical Education Month by the Association for Career and Technical Education, and whereas Career and Technical Education, CTE, offers students the opportunity to gain academic, technical, and employability skills necessary for career readiness. And whereas students in career and technical education programs participate in authentic, meaningful experiences that improve the quality of their education and increase their engagement and achievement. And whereas career and technical education provides students with career exploration opportunities earlier in their educational experience, which enables them to make informed and beneficial decisions about their academic coursework and pursue established programs of study and career pathways. And whereas all secondary schools in the Tucson Unified School District offer career and technical education programs. And whereas more than 7,000 high school CTE students are enrolled in one of our over 69 registered CTE programs and earned 1,100 industry certifications in school year 2019-2020. And whereas over 69 secondary career and technical education teachers in the Tucson Unified School District are inspiring students to succeed in college and careers. And whereas career and technical education prepares students for fulfilling careers by offering integrated programs of study that link secondary and post-secondary education and lead to the attainment of industry-recognized credentials. And whereas Tucson Unified School District CTE students earned 1,100 industry certifications, and whereas ensuring that employees have access to a qualified workforce is a crucial step in ensuring productivity among the business and industry communities, as well as the continued American economic growth and global competitiveness. Therefore, I ask that it be resolved that the Tucson Unified School District do hereby proclaim February 2021 as Career and Technical Education Month.
Thank you, Mr. Cullum. And I just want to say that I am a big fan of CTE and all the work that you do. And I just want to say thank you, and thank you to all of our CTE and JTED instructors. They're hardworking and really get kids engaged and involved when a lot of other programs are unable to reach them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. So that was moved by Miss Luna Rose and seconded by Miss Grijalva. Any comments?
I just also want to, I love CTE. I think it's just such a boon for our students, not just in TUSD, but across Pima County. And my daughter is in 7th grade, and I'm hoping that she'll have an opportunity to take some of those classes as she gets into high school. So I think it's just something that's really needed in our community. So thank you.
Awesome. All right, board members, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, item passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. McCollum.
And thank you all.
Thanks, everyone in your department. All right, board members, please remember to vote online. And next is item 6.4. Dr. Trujillo, did you want to discuss this, or would Ms. Shaw like to discuss this?
Yes, I will be supporting Ms. Shaw on this issue with the logistics of the language, but to lead us off and to articulate her vision for this item, we'll turn it over to Board Member Shaw.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. I propose land acknowledgements to start off our board meetings because I want to make sure that the governing board and the district will find new ways to honor, support, and repair our relationship with the indigenous nations of this country, especially since TUSD boundaries are on the ancestral land of the Tohono O'odham. And as we all know, we serve many other students from other nations like the Pasquayaki. I know that in the past, this country and even our district has done irreparable harm to those communities. And as we move forward as a board and a district, I want to find better ways to serve our Indigenous students. Leading our board meetings with land acknowledgements is just the beginning. And I hope that if we pass this item tonight, we can continue to do this work by including more of their histories in our curriculum, and especially making sure that the lessons taught around Thanksgiving are Native-centered and guided and approved by Native American Student Services, who also guided us in the preparation of this item. Dr. Trujillo, I don't have the language pulled up for that item, if you have it. And if we have anyone from Native American Student Services here who would like to speak.
Absolutely, Board Member Shaw. I have the language ready to go. Before I formally read the language, the proposed language into the record, do we have any representatives from Native American Student Services? There we are. Roxanne Bigay James, welcome. Would you like to address the group? Hi, Priscilla, Juanita, Jolene. It's good to see the team.
Yes.
Why don't you introduce everybody and talk about the process, the collaborative?
Sure. Perfect. Good evening, President Counts, members of the governing board, Dr. Trujillo, legal counsel. We are very excited and pleased with this. And before I provide a statement, I'm going to ask my teammates to go ahead and introduce themselves. We'll go ahead and start off with Juanita.
Good evening. My name is Juanita Mesquita, and I'm a student success specialist with Native American Student Services.
Go ahead, Priscilla.
Good evening. My name is Priscilla Flores, and I am a member of the Pasquayaki tribe and a student success specialist with Native American Student Services.
Kirsten.
Kirsten Sosi. My name is Kirsten Sosi, and I serve as a student success specialist, and I'm a member of the Navajo Nation.
And Jolene.
My name is Jolene Jose. I'm a member of the Tohono Nation and a student success specialist with Native American Student Services.
Awesome. And so what I wanted to say is that I appreciate the formal statement that TUSD will be making that recognizes and respects Indigenous peoples as traditional stewards of this land and the enduring relationship that exists between Native people and their traditional territories. We are very excited and support this, and we appreciate Governing Board Member Shaw reaching out to us. And we also want to say thank you to Dr. Trujillo.
Thank you. And without further ado, our language as agreed upon, and I want to thank the leadership from both Pasquayaqui Tribe and Tohono Nation for taking time out to work with us on this. So the proposed land acknowledgement statement reads as follows. On behalf of the Governing Board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, and whoever would be the selected student for that evening would name themselves or a staff member. On behalf of the Governing Board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, name, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pasquayaqui Tribe. To be read, I believe, Board Clerk Shaw, before the Pledge of Allegiance. Is that the proposal? Or after?
Before.
Before, to have the statement made before the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, board members. Questions, comments?
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Shaw, for bringing this to the board. I think what I've learned from being on two boards that were one, I'm more the veteran, and the other one, I'm the freshman, is sometimes things come up and you're like, why didn't we think to do that before? So I'm really glad that you brought it forward. And I would like to second it, but I think you should move it since you brought it forward.
I will move it. Thank you.
And I'll second it.
There you go. So item moved by Ms. Shaw and seconded by Ms. Grijalva. Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Ms. Grijalva said, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. And I really appreciate involving our Native American Student Services and Native American tribal leaders in the development of this. I think it's important that their voices and be first and foremost and put forth. So I really appreciate that, and I'm excited to vote for it. I do have a question about basic logistics. Were we saying that it would always be a Native American student that read it? And I'm wondering how Native American Student Services feels about that, if that was the intention. Just because I think it would be really powerful to have a broad spectrum of people with different backgrounds making that statement, and that not only coming from Native American students.
Right. When we talked about this, we talked about how, of course, it's going to start off. What I would really like is to extend an invitation to Chairman Norris of the Tohono Nation, maybe the next meeting, Chairman Yucapicio from the Pasquayaqui Tribe. And then from there, let's go ahead and have, we can go ahead and start it off with some Native students, but then definitely having representation from across the district.
Yeah, awesome. That sounds perfect. Thank you.
I'd like to say, Ms. Shaw, thank you for bringing this to the board. I think this is very exciting, and it's a new chapter, I think, for the board, and bringing these issues forward and acknowledging. I am Native American as well, but I'm not of this of Tohono O'odham or Pasquayaqui. It's the Nez Perce tribe that my family belongs to. But so as I have a little bit personal connection to this. So again, thank you for bringing it forth.
All right. Okay. Well, it seems like it's got broad support. So all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Awesome. Passes unanimously. Very happy. Thank you.
This is great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne and your team, for really coming together last week on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, Dr.
Nice to see you all.
Item 6.5, Governing Board Policy AC Revised, Non-Discrimination, the second reading.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ross as we are back with the second reading of Governing Board Policy AC, complete with any applicable public comment that was received while this was out. Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, and good evening, President, Council, and board members. As Dr. Trujillo said, this is the second read of Policy AC revision, and it's really a pretty simple revision. It's just adding as a possible consequence to a violation of our anti-discrimination policy that required training could be included as a consequence. This was a second reading. There were no comments received at all on this.
Okay. Board members.
If I have a question, Ms. Counts. Mr. Ross, what steps did we take to try to get public input on this?
Board Member Shaw, as our normal process is, we, and board policy requires, we send the policy to the employee group representatives through the Employee Relations Department. We also send it to the head of the school community partnership, and we also post it on the website for public comment, as we do with all.
And Mr. Ross, you said that there wasn't any public comment?
No comments on this one. That's correct.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and move it.
Oh, one more question. Since we didn't get any public comment, I wonder if we could perhaps extend it another week, since I'm sure there's a lot of people watching today. Perhaps we can try to send it out and just get at least some public comment before we vote on it.
Mr. Ross, how would that work?
The board is certainly able to do that. I would say that it's somewhat unusual to get any comments on policies, but if the board wants to put it out for a longer period of time, that's certainly in the board's purview to do that. The policy currently says 4 weeks in public comment, but it's entirely up to the board.
Mr. Ross, how has this been asked of previous policies before?
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit there. Could you ask that again?
Yeah, has this been asked of previous policies before extending the comment period?
We have, I think it has when there have been changes that are discussed at a second reading. It has sometimes been put out again. That's kind of that was the board's idea of having a first and second read. As the first reading is the opportunity to, everybody has a shot at it, and then the second read theoretically is for approval. But again, the process, since it's a board policy, it's entirely in the board's hands to decide whether or not they want to take a different approach or extended approach to comment.
So just for the sake of testing, could Ms. Shaw make a substitute motion to extend it till next board meeting? Is that what you'd like to do, Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Okay. So you can just make that as a substitute motion. So I move that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Counts. I move that I make a substitute motion to extend this, the public comment period, to the next board meeting.
Okay, and I will second. Any discussion or from the other board members?
I do believe Dr. Ravi's got his hand up.
Okay, Dr. Ravi.
So I understand, Mr. Ross, that it's fairly common for policies, especially innocuous policies like this, is adding training requirements, don't usually receive public comment.
It's unusual for for comments to be received on a policy, any policy actually. There are some that draw quite a bit of attention, but and new policies actually get more attention than revisions.
Right, and then in that case, I'll probably vote against this substantive motion and ask that we just adopt this policy tonight. And that it seems pretty innocuous just to have adding training as a potential option, which seems actually pretty important and appropriate.
Okay, so we can vote on Ms. Shaw's motion, and then if that passes, it passes, and if it doesn't, then Dr. Ravi can make that motion.
I'm sorry, can you go over what the motion was that we're voting on now?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ross, but Ms. Shaw made the motion to extend this out for public comment until the following board meeting. And I seconded that.
I heard 2 weeks.
And the reason for that?
I just was going to do it just to support Ms. Shaw and seeing if there was something, but if not,
just what was the reason to extend it? Do you feel like enough people didn't know to provide input, or?
I just, I'd like to get at least some public input on policy changes. I think it's, we're a community, and even if it's innocuous, it's always good to have.
Oh, no. I just thought it had already been out. And so I'm just wondering if you didn't feel like we had enough people know that it was available to review.
Yeah, well, I just know personally, sorry to interrupt anyone, but sometimes, like, if it's sent out through the email, that things just get overlooked. I'm not sure if it's posted publicly on our website, but
okay, thank you.
Okay.
I would just say that all the policies under review are posted on the website, and of course on board docs as well.
So, Ms. Shaw, do you want to still vote on this, or do you want to pull it? Pull your motion.
I mean, I will leave it up to the majority if the majority sides with Ravi or.
Okay.
We can do that.
Ms. Counts, I just want to say I don't think that it hurts the process at all to extend it out, and I do feel that that would be the only reason for our next meeting. But I think Ravi had something to add to that.
I'd only add that, we talked at a previous governing board meeting on how to make our meetings not so long. And I think if we have things come up, multiple meetings over and over again, when we can just vote on it today and be done with it, I think that's appropriate for today.
I agree.
For another meeting again.
I agree. So I won't.
I understand your point, but I do think that this is an important policy as far as non-discrimination, and if it means that it can pass unanimously, I would be okay with that. But we'll wait and see. I'm not opposed to extending, is all I'm saying.
And I feel both ways, so I'm just whatever. But I think ultimately I agree with Dr. Ravi, and that it was really just an experiment to see what the process was like, but that doesn't need to happen through it being extended, in my opinion. So, Michelle, can we do a roll call?
You want the roll call on the substitute motion first, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes.
Dr. Grosha?
No.
Ms. Luna Rose?
No.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Counts?
No. All right. So, Dr. Ravi, did you want to make another motion?
Well, I believe you already made a motion that was not seconded.
I didn't get a second, though.
I'll second your motion to approve the recommended revision.
Okay. So, Michelle, you got that?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes.
Dr. Grosha?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Ms. Counts?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Item passes 4-1. Next item is study action 7.1, Governing Board Policy DAA, Contingency Fund Reserve, proposed revisions. And this is a first reading.
This is a first reading. So as the board makes commentary tonight, similar to the previous item, it goes out for public comment. So I'm going to turn it over to Renee, but we're seeking to make some revisions to the contingency reserve requirement to give the board a little bit more flexibility on a year-to-year basis regarding the percentage of the overall budget that you would like to establish as a carry forward balance. I'd like to welcome in Ms. Renee Weatherless.
Good evening, President Counts, members of the governing board, Dr. Trujillo and Council Ross. I believe that the language here is because when the policy was first written, an actual number, the 1% was written into the policy, which would then need a revision every single year. So instead it's being proposed that we just change the language so that way the policy doesn't need to change going forward, but the governing board could then vote every year to establish what that percentage amount is. And I will ask Council Ross if there's anything else here.
Thank you. No, that's pretty much it. This is to have basically have the policy be enduring, but the board has the ability, as it would every year, to establish a new contingency reserve, which would be required to be entered onto the exhibit. So there's basically a chart in that exhibit, DAA-E1, that will have the contingency reserve for the respective school year.
Ms. Cows?
Yes.
So what is the current contingency language? Because when we started this policy, we didn't have any. And so my concern is that the contingency has helped us. And I know that fiscally it makes a lot of sense for us to have that. And I think right now we're at 1% and we were trying to build up to 3. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And so I guess why are we recommending changes when right now we're at 1%, trying to work towards 3?
If I could answer that. Yeah. So the purpose of this revision is currently the policy has that 1 in there. And the idea is let's have the policy be stable, but then each year the board decides to change the what that amount would be. This year it's 1, and when we originally did this policy, you can see there we put in the full 1%. If you change it to 3 next year, the policy will still say 1 unless we make this change. So the idea is the policy stays the same, but whatever the board votes on for a change for the next year, it goes into a chart, and we don't have to change the policy every time the board adjusts the percentage of contingency reserve.
Okay, I would like it to read no less than 1%. I am concerned, I mean, for a district our size, when we didn't have a policy that was specifically saying that, I mean, and this is for the whole time I've been here, you know, there were times that we had no carry forward. And for an organization our size, I just think that that is not fiscally responsible of us to not have any cushion. And so I'm fine with not have to make changes to the document as long as it says no less than 1%.
That was my concern as well.
Mm-hmm. So is that acceptable, Dr. Trujillo? I mean, is that, I'm trying to understand the goal.
I like the 1%. I think the no less than kind of gives coverage for everybody, for the board and us. I think if we leave it nebulous and we don't have sort of a no less than, I think there's a level of ambiguity in terms of when we go into negotiations and not really understanding what our total funding commitments are as we start negotiating with our colleague employee association. So I think if we have at least, my view is the more identified expenditures that we have set aside that we're responsible for, it's easier in the budgeting process. If we know that that 1% is a commitment, all right, we set it aside. So that would be my recommendation, is what Mrs. Grijalva is saying, a no less than amount. And perhaps we could have some language in here that allows it to be subject to board review every year, depending on our financial situation.
Well, I do think that we should have it come forward right before we start to talk about the next year's budget, so that this item is a standard item, that when we're talking about what the budget looks like, that this is one of those things that is a line item in the budgets, like when Renee presents, these are the priorities, and then it has no less than 1%, what that means. And then the boards can decide then, like, well, maybe 1.5% or 2% makes more sense. Maybe we're wanting to do a bigger project or some sort of initiative where we're going to require some funding that isn't necessarily secure, right away. Like, we're going to be looking for grant funding for, I don't know, preschool equipment or, elementary school outdoor equipment. I'm just giving an example. And we're looking for grants. And if we find grants, great. But if we don't, if that's a priority for the board for, and I'm just using that as an example, then we want to set aside additional funds to make sure that we have that. I would be really comfortable with that if it's no less than 1%, and that there's a commitment from administration that when we're talking about budget priorities, that meeting when we're talking about budget priorities for the upcoming fiscal year, that this item is listed there. And then the board can decide then if it's 1% to whatever.
President Counts?
Yes, Mr. Ross.
If you take a look at the budget development process paragraph, it does contemplate an annual review of this for the board, but certainly willing to come up with clearer language on that and have a proposal for the minimum of 1%.
Ms. Count?
Yeah, Ms. Grijalva.
Renee's here. Renee, what is the month that you come to us and tell us, these are the priorities, these are things we need to consider for next year? We had the conversation last meeting, but when would be a good time for this to come forward? Like the month?
Probably February. Is January if possible, but sometimes that's a little bit too early, but February would be the latest.
So maybe like January, February, you can even put the months in. January, February, preceding the upcoming fiscal year or something.
Dr. Ravi, I see you, so go ahead.
Right. I'm hesitant on having a policy like this that's revised every year, because if we believe there should be at least a minimum 1% contingency, there should always be at least a 1% contingency. And we can always make a higher contingency when we pass a budget. We can always do 10% if we wanted to when we develop the budget. But a policy is meant to be on good times and bad times. This is kind of the minimum threshold or the floor of what we have for a contingency. So I think what Ms. Grijalva said about saying at least 1% or minimally 1% is relevant. And then we can have and then when we actually adopt the budget, it could be whatever amount we want at 1% or higher. That makes sense?
And we're saying the same thing. Okay. For me, it's basically just giving us an opportunity if we want to increase the contingency percentage, that we have an opportunity to do that while the budget's getting built. But that is always, yeah.
Policy. If I said a 3% contingency, like we're changing a policy and say we have a 3% contingency, and then like the next year we're like, oh, we have a rougher year, we want to spend money, we're going to lower the contingency. The messaging seems really bad on lowering the contingency in future years. So I would say we should never change this contingency policy and have a minimum 1%, but we can always approve the budget with a higher contingency as opposed to changing a policy on that.
Yep, I think that's their goal too. They didn't want it changed because when we first passed the policy, it started out with 0.5%, then we went to 1%. The goal was to get to, I think it was 3%. So now what they're suggesting is let's keep this amount kind of fixed, and then we can always revise it. So in the policy, it will always say no less than 1%. Is that the suggestion, Dr. Trujillo? Am I understanding this correctly? Okay.
That's exactly the suggestion. I think we're all saying the same thing. We're actually more interested in the identification of the expenditure as a fixed expenditure that occurs every year that we can set our watch by. And should the board want to go above and beyond, as Dr. Gravoy-Shaw said, they do that as part of the budget process. If you want to set aside more, if there's ever an emergency or a calamity, then we would bring it forward as a special consideration. Hey, our budget situation is dire. We're not going to be able to afford the 1%. I think it would be those types of circumstances where we would, come to you for departing from this policy, at least temporarily. But I think the 1% is a definite good starting point, especially where we're at financially.
Dr. Trujillo, what is the 1%? Is that 4 million?
1% is going to be 3.5 million.
Okay.
Based off of our projected budget capacity for fiscal year 22.
Okay. Is there a best practice for carry forwards?
I'm going to turn over to Ms. Weatherless. I think we've kind of talked about this before, about what an organization our size usually has for contingency reserve.
Yeah, we talked about a 4%. That would be about 12 million for a district our size.
Is that best, and is that considered best practice by some certain organization or body, or is that?
It used to be the cap on what M&O could carry over before. It was just recently eliminated. The cap was just recently eliminated a few years ago when we got Prop 123 money back in 2016.
So was there a reason why 4% was the cap?
On the exact amount, no, that was just.
I'm just trying to figure out the thinking behind the different percentages, because I think we always want to aim to get closer to what's the best thinking and best practices. And then if we need to scale it down, just because we are, in a tougher situation, then that's a good place. But if we can aim for 3% or even 2%, I would feel more comfortable with that if best practice and the agreed upon thinking is that it's best to be at 4%. But I just don't know, was that an arbitrary number that they had set earlier? What's the thinking behind the different percentages?
So I would say that it's probably varies for every school district. It depends on what your financial position is. One of the things that I've looked at here in TUSD is the fact that we carry this liability on our financials, which is the compensated leave. That's an amount, that's a real liability for us. It's all of the leave that if employees were to leave the district, we owe this amount of money. So for us, that number has hovered around the $11 to $12 million. And that's how I justified, to me, I think that 4% would mean at any given time, if employees were to separate from the district, we could afford the liability in our budget capacity.
Yeah.
Without that, where would that come from? That's my question. That's a real liability we carry.
Well, where would that come from? What would be the?
That's the question. We would have to figure out.
So, okay. We don't need to go to worst case scenario, but
right.
So I'd like to put that out there for my fellow board members, is that I feel comfortable having it be the number that the administration can bank on be closer to 3% than 1%. And then, year to year, different boards can choose to move that, but if it's an emergency situation. But if we said no less than 2.5% or whatever, that I think it's just good stewardship and responsible fiscal management. Any thoughts, board members? Sorry, I need to see if anybody's hand's raised.
Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, I want to thank Renee. I know what makes her a great financial officer is she's got to be thinking of the absolute worst case, scenario. Do I ever envision a situation where 100% of our employees resign at the same time and we owe them all their vacation sick. And no, I don't, just like I don't see 100% of the student body coming back next year and opting for remote learning.
Right.
So it's about a balance. It's about a balance between where Renee is prognosticating and having enough funding to be able to fund the operations of the district, the salaries, the benefits, the buses, the buildings. I don't see a scenario where I would be comfortable stashing away $12 million, because you can get to a point where you get so fixed on stashing away for a worst case scenario, you're actually not being as effective as you can be in your responsibility to the daily operation. So I would just kind of caution us. I know that $12 million amount has been out there. I think 1 to 2% is probably that balance that I would say I'm looking for to be able to have a healthier amount of contingency reserve. And if the board does opt to establish the 1%, we're kind of climbing up the ladder. I think with what it did last year and this year, correct me if I'm wrong, Renee, will probably be closer to 6 million total, probably be like around 5.5 million that we would have in contingency reserve. Still not enough, but sort of improvement and moving us steadily forward in that balance.
Okay. Board members, do you have any, are people leaning more towards keeping it at 1% as a floor, or?
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
I think I'm comfortable keeping it at no less than 1% for the policy language. And then I feel like we individual boards can decide if they want to increase the contingency based on whatever is happening. I mean, I know that with the reduction in, to 95% of funding for remote learners, this amount that we've had has been helpful in that area. And maybe with this new administration, we might not be in such a precarious position every year, but I do think that it's good for us to have the conversation. And so no less than 1% is something that I'm comfortable with, and then we can always increase that. Okay. And then, Renee can tell us, we're concerned about X, Y, and Z. We have this percentage that are eligible for retirement. I mean, all of those factors, I think but as a board, we could adjust it up if we need to, but I don't think it should be lower than that.
And we're not required to spend down once it reaches a certain level. So Dr. Trujillo's comment about moving forward resonates for me. So, okay. All right. Do I have a motion? Did you make a motion, Ms. Grijalva?
No, I can, though. I'll move the item.
Okay. And was it as presented, or was there some...
No, it was with the changes. Actually, if we can just wait and have Mr. Ross make the edits and bring the item back so we can look at what it is exactly the way the policy will look, I think that would make more sense, because I know Mr. Ross was going to make some changes to different paragraphs and then add in the no less than 1% language. And so because this isn't like an incredibly pressing issue, I'd rather just vote on it when all the language is accurate.
Right.
So I'll go ahead and withdraw my motion and just ask that we bring it back.
Dr. Trujillo, is that appropriate?
Yeah, I can support that. That's no problem. No problem on our end.
Okay. Well, not hearing any objections, I guess we will go ahead and pull that item and bring it back for the next board meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Item 8.1, budget study session. Sorry, Ms. Shaw.
If I can just suggest that we perhaps pull item 8.3. It's under, to my knowledge, I understand that TEA wasn't consulted in some of the change in language of that contract, specifically the change of wording from temporary to probationary. And the change of those words are, kind of really dramatically changes the meaning of the contract. And so if we can just pull it and have TEA take a closer look at it before we take a closer look at it as a board.
Mr. Ross, is that what's going to happen when we get to that agenda item, that Ms. Shaw can make that request?
Right.
Yes, that would be the time to discuss. That would be the proper time to discuss it, unless the board wants to move the item up to have that discussion now.
Okay. Ms. Shaw, are you okay with just leaving it where it is and then having that discussion when we get to it, or would you like it moved up?
For sure. Yeah. Sorry, I'm still figuring out when to.
No worries.
But yeah, I can wait till the item comes up.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so let's look at item 8.1. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, item 8.1, Governing Board President counts members of the Governing Board. The bulk of our item is going to deal with benefits, and we have our benefits consultant and we have a representative from the Employee Benefits Trust Board. But I just have a quick snapshot of our revised financial projection. So there's been a couple of key occurrences, good news, if you will, since the last time we talked about the district finances. First is the strength of our 100th day, which the governing board is going to hear in a formal presentation on February 23rd. But between the 40th day on October 6th, 2020, and our 100th day, January 30th, 2021, the district lost significantly fewer students than we were projecting to lose. If you remember, during those difficult months of August and September, actually started in July, August and September, and on into the fall break and even into November, we lost 2,600 students, and we were losing an average of 140, 150 students every 10 days. We were really fearing the worst, that we would actually see an additional loss of 1,000 to 1,200 more students between the 40th day on October 6th through January 30th. That didn't happen. We ended up losing around 240 students, fewer students than we lost between the 40th and the 100th, the last two pre-pandemic years. The second good news that we got was from the Arizona Department of Education. They released its formula for the release of a second round of CARES Act dollars headed the district's way. The district is very well positioned to, at minimum, be allocated double, if not almost triple the amount of CARES Act dollars that we saw through the first round. And there are some good news around the parameters of those CARES Act dollars. The newly released parameters for the second round of CARES Act dollars are now going to allow us to use some of those dollars for academic recovery efforts for the students. We weren't able to do that with the first round of CARES Act funding. And secondly, the parameters around supplanting have gone away. So we have a great deal more flexibility in the areas that we can use these dollars. So that being said, we're coming to you now with a brighter financial outlook for fiscal year 22. At the request, originally requested by Dr. Gervois Shaw at our last budget study session, we have created a series of scenarios that I'm going to run through with you right now, really quickly before we shift into discussion of benefits. So before we start talking about the different scenarios, we are going to talk about what we're going to assume that's going to remain the same for the 21-22 school year, otherwise known as fiscal year 22. We don't expect any miracles at the legislature. We expect that they're going to keep the difference in funding for distance learning the same as it is now. We don't expect to get made whole. We still expect to take the same 5% loss per student in 21-22. We don't expect any anything other than what we're getting, a nominal increase in teacher experience index from 1.0069 to 1.0097. For those of you watching us out there in the public, this is a formula that provides the district a little bit extra funding based off of the years of experience of our teacher workforce. So it is to the benefit of the district. The more experienced teachers we hire, the more funding that we do receive under this formula. an assumption that capital funding is fully restored in fiscal year 22, the 21-22 school year, and the inflationary rate set at 1.22%. This percentage is applied for school districts to receive a small bump due to cost of living and changes in the economy. This year's number is 1.22%. And as we saw in the previous discussion, this is an assumption that the governing board will maintain its 1% of carry forward in the M&O budget. And with that being said, we put together a series of scenarios. Our first scenario is an assumption that 100% of the students are going to be back. We have every intention to open up the district in August of 2021. Every school open for business, 5 days a week, full-time instruction. And we're going to make an assumption that 100% of the student body will return to us. We're also going to make an assumption that we're not going to gain any more students, and we're also not going to lose any more students, that we're going to be flat. And with this assumption, we're also noting, as we discussed in our last budget study session, that we're going to be carrying over $14 million through enrollment stability grant funding into the 21-22 school year. If this scenario holds out, you'll have an estimated projected budget limit, overall budget limit of $357 million, assuming that our expenditures remain the same as they were when you adopted the fiscal year 21 budget at $347 million, we will see a $10 million balance. Now, as we move to the other end of the screen, depending on how you're watching, either most likely to the right of your screen, we're changing the assumption a little bit. In scenario B, we're going to assume that 10% of the student body is going to opt for remote learning when they come back to us in August. We're also going to assume that we're not going to gain any students and we're not going to lose any more students. We're going to be flat. And you can see how your expenditures change, your projections change accordingly. Taking a 5% funding hit on 10% of the student body, of course, translates into a smaller total budget limit. When we move away from flat to the negative 2%, this is probably where I see us, if I had to gamble and say what I think would be, what would have the winning odds, I think it would be this next scenario. What we did is we took our average enrollment loss for the last two pre-pandemic years, which were 18-19, 19-20. In 18-19, we lost 2.5% of our enrollment. And in the 19-20 school year, just before heading into the pandemic, we lost 1%. So we thought to play it safe, we would take the average of those 2 years and we would take a 2% loss in enrollment. So assuming that we have 10% of our student body that opts for online learning when we return in the fall, and we take a 2% loss of enrollment, our overall projection for total budget limit, still including the $14 million that we're carrying over in enrollment stability grant funding, will be $351 million, assuming that our estimated expenditures, we're keeping all of the positions, we're keeping all of our expenditures and all of our departments and all of our schools the same. We'll clock in at $347 million. The number is no longer 10 million, nor is it 8 million, it will be 4 million. You can see as you go to the right of your screen how it'll change according to what our projections are with regard to the percentage of the TUSD student body that opts for online learning. Here's the good news. With no supplanting rule on your CARES Act dollars, the governing board will have the option to backfill any funding lost through the percentage of the student body opting for online learning to bring you back to zero. That, of course, is a governing board decision. That would be a significant amount of your CARES Act dollars coming in that the board would have to decide to use for that purpose. But it's nice to know that you'll have that flexibility with no supplanting in play this year for CARES Act dollars.
Dr. Trujillo, can I interrupt for a quick question?
Yes.
Does CARES Act allow for enrollment stabilization? Can we backfill in that way?
That's exactly what I'm referencing. Absolutely, that you can use those dollars to fill holes with lost enrollment, you can use those dollars to fill in this gap. If 50% of your student body says they're going remote learning, you can backfill that 7 million to bring you back to 10.
What if we had 100% on in class? And this is just, not realistic, but just so I can get the math here. If we have 100% back in class, but we have a 5% enrollment decline, can we backfill that 5%?
You can backfill that 5%.
Okay. All right.
You could backfill the 10%, the 20%. So that's the nice thing about CARES Act dollars this year is
no, I'm not asking about the online instruction backfill. I'm asking only about enrollment.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
There's no supplanting barrier with CARES Act dollars this year.
Okay. Thank you.
What is the timeline to get more details about the actual amount we can expect from the passage of the CARES Act in December?
We're expecting our final projected allocation for the district from ADE in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
Still a little bit of a ways away, but certainly we'll put together a study item for the board to go into detail about our allocated funds. Some possible budget adjustments and costs that we're probably going to start discussing as we get deeper into the budget season. We do have $2.5 million in district level vacancies. It's always good to reduce administrative spending where we can. This will be our administrative expenditure reduction. These positions are vacant or currently have employees that have indicated their intent to retire, will be vacating. They're currently frozen. We'll have some opportunities with a change in funding source. The district currently through its M&O budget funds kindergarten to the tune of $3 million. We'll have some opportunities to switch that $3 million to a different fund with some projected increases that we see coming through the district's Title I budget. And then just some other possible costs. Always you have a step. We're not discussing where we are with a step. That is a negotiated item. We're simply listing the cost. If that item is a proposal coming out of negotiations and if the governing board takes the action, the yearly cost of a step for all of your employees and all employment groups is $3.5 million. If the board decides to hold to its 1% commitment to establish a 1% of its budget in a carry forward contingency, that cost is $3.5 million. The administration will be making some recommendations coming up soon about bus driver starting pay. We know that that is a huge need in the district. We're still working out that cost to bring those hourly salaries up so they're more competitive with SunTrans and some of our sister districts. We will have more detail as we continue to do that work. And then, of course, food service. Food service, if food service is firing on all cylinders and all the kitchens are open and all the students are back and all of our employees are serving meals, that brings us back to a neutral cost of zero. Food service has historically broken even and not cost the district anything out of its budget when we're serving meals full time and students are back. If we're 100% shut down and we're not serving the volume of meals that we would need to during the school year, the worst case scenario is the district eats $4 million. Again, I don't think that we're going to be eating $4 million. I have every confidence in the world that we're going to be as close to breaking even as zero, because as I said at the beginning of the presentation, our intention is to open schools fully, all campuses, have all of our cafeterias open, and to be serving as close to 100% of our students in person as possible when we open our doors in August of 2021. This doesn't include other administrative recommendations that will be coming forward later on, or other negotiations proposals that may be emerging from the negotiations process, or that may emerge as we get deeper into the budget study season. So this is just kind of a quick snapshot, certainly preliminary, of some costs that the board may want to start thinking about, and then also some possible budget adjustments. That's just a quick hit on where we're at with the revised financial outlook. And with that, we will move to the main event. The main event is the initial proposal and recommendations from the administration and the Employee Benefits Trust Board on a renewed benefits package for the board to consider for the 21-22 school year. There is no action tonight. This is a study item. So we look forward to the board's feedback, direction, any additional information that it would like us to compile to be ready for when we do come back for a request for approval. So with that, I'll turn it over to Renee Heuser and our guests. I believe we have Mr. Rustan from CBIZ and Mr. Mark Mansfeld from our Employee Benefits Trust Board.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. President Counts, members of the governing board, Dr. Trujillo, Councilor Ross, I am excited to bring forward tonight our employee benefit recommendations for the 21-22 year as a study item. I do have some help this evening with this presentation. Mr. Mark Mansfield is the chair of our Employee Benefits Trust Board, and he will be with us tonight. Additionally, I've got Oscar Diaz, Eric Rustan, and Christine Cott from CBIZ, who will be covering some slides for you as well. CBIZ is our consulting firm. Next slide, please. So employee benefits are an important component in an employee total compensation package. It's an important part of our ability as a district to attract and retain talent. This slide shows you just a few of the partners that we work with to provide our TUSD employees with a rich selection of benefit options. Next slide, please. We're going to be bringing you a lot of information this evening, and so I want to just preface it with a few key points. Please be aware that our TUSD medical and pharmacy recommendations come from our Employee Benefits Trust Board. Mr. Mansfield will speak more on that in just a few moments about the work that they do. Our Employee Benefits Trust Board does meet in an open meeting format, much like your governing board meetings, and anybody and everybody is welcome to come to those meetings. We also take call to the audience time at those meetings. Our medical, dental, and vision plans went out for RFP last year, and so we are in the first year of a 5-year annually renewable contract with those. So we'll be talking about that a little bit more later. Additionally, we're shifting our plan year this year so it aligns better with our fiscal year and our school year. Our current plan year is running at 10 months and will end on June 30th, and I will talk a little bit about this later in the presentation. But this will make us a lot more efficient, both on the employee side of the house and the financial side of the house. Historically, we've also offered 2 medical plans here at TUSD, and this year we're bringing forward a recommendation to add a 3rd plan. Our experts from CBIZ will be discussing this a lot more for you in a little bit to explain why this is a good idea and why we are recommending it to you. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Mark Mansfield. Again, he chairs our Employee Benefits Trust Board, and he will share some information on who they are and what they do.
So I'm Mark Mansfield. I work for Tucson Electric Power. I have been involved with medical trust since 1991. I was an original member when this trust was created. Then for a short period of time, I was off of it and then asked to come back. So I've been involved since the beginning. Mark Clark is the head of Pima Council on Aging. He's another member. Willette Diggs is a retired HR specialist from Raytheon. Dr. Rodriguez is a doctor, works for El Rio. And then Peter Heran is an employee of the district. We are down 2 members, and there's an application on the website. So if you know of people that would be interested in serving with us, we are looking for additional members. If I get the next slide, please. So what we do on the benefits trust, per Arizona law, if you have a self-funded plan, you need a trust board. And what we try to do is manage between the needs of the district, coming up with adequate and proper benefits for the employees, and and trying to keep costs in line. And then we have fiduciary responsibility. So we need to make sure at the end of the day there's enough money to pay the bills and that we have proper reserves and things like that. And a couple months ago, you approved an updated trust fund document, which did set our reserve targets, which was much appreciated. That helps us know how to plan ahead. And then we work very closely with both Renee's. The district gives us the input financially and from an HR standpoint on what the district needs. And we welcome input as we make these decisions. And as Renee mentioned, we have open meetings, they're posted, and we welcome input from people. Anybody have any questions for me? I'd be glad to try to answer them. Other than that, I'll turn it back to Renee.
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate it. Next slide, please. Our benefits consultants are CBIZ. They're located here in Tucson, and I'm actually going to let Oscar speak to what they do and how they help us.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser. Mr. Mansfield, good evening, Dr. Trujillo, President Counts, and members of the governing board. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to present to you tonight, provide you some additional information and context regarding the district's employee benefits program. We are the employee benefits consulting firm that works very closely and very directly with both staff and with the trustees of the trust board. We began working with the district back in October 2019. And as part of our initial work and scope of service, we worked very closely to develop and co-develop those requests for proposals that were mentioned earlier by Ms. Hauser. We do actively participate in all of the district's EBT meetings. We provide guidance on issues and topics, and we also provide in-depth reporting, actuarial studies, and analytics. It's very important for a district of your size with the expenditures that you have for employee benefits to have a consulting firm that really is looking at those costs very closely and very critically. We also get very involved in helping the district with managing the insurance carriers and working with the vendors to resolve any benefits issues as they arise. That keeps us abreast of what's going on within those carriers, and it also helps us to make sure that they are being managed properly. Let's go to the next slide then. So as Renee mentioned earlier, the district, with the support of the Benefits Trust Board, did choose to make that plan year change. And the plan year change really is creating some efficiencies for both the district and for employees. For those of you that are district employees, as you recall, when the date was, the renewal date was September 1st, it was a little bit difficult for employees to make decisions as they were going into a new plan year. As you know, employees are very busy getting the new plan year going, making sure that they're in the positions they need to be, their students are reporting, and it was a little bit of a distraction for them to then stop and think about their employee benefits. We really believe that going to a July 1st renewal date is going to help them to spend a little bit more time understanding their benefits. And it's also going to afford the district the ability to coincide their employee benefits renewals with their fiscal plan year. So we think all of that is going to be a win-win and create some more efficiencies. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So one of the things that we wanted to provide you as we go through this process is provide you some medical plan benchmarking. There were several questions that were posed to Dr. Trujillo by the governing board members, and several questions that Dr. Trujillo also had for us. And we're going to go ahead and address some of those questions as we go throughout the presentation. One of the questions was asked, how many districts in Southern Arizona are self-funded? So the vast majority of school districts in Southern Arizona are self-funded either on their own or they're participating in group risk self-funded trusts. That is also the case with many of the districts throughout the state of Arizona. For a district the size of TUSD, it really is important for you to be self-funded on your own. And so as you can see here, through our medical plan benchmarking, we're showing you there in the red box where you actually stand as a district. The plan that we're showing here first is the high deductible health plan, which is coupled with a health savings account. So as you can see there, in the light blue box, you're going to see employee contributions. In the darker blue box, you're going to see the district's contribution. And then in the green box there, you're going to see those districts who are offering health savings account plans and how much those districts are funding on behalf of their employees. So if you look there to the left, you'll see that Tucson Unified School District has a pretty generous contribution for their plans. Now, one of the other things that was discussed or question that arose was how are the costs actually determined? What goes into the costs and the contributions? And really a couple of different factors go into that. Obviously, one is the benefit plan designs that are offered by the districts and a combination of benefit plan designs. The other is the demographics. The demographics tend to be fairly similar amongst districts. And then the other one is your claims. So as a self-funded district standing on your own, the advantages of being self-funded include the ability to be transparent with all your costs. We see your costs on a monthly basis. We see all of your claims costs, your pharmacy costs. Lately, we've been tracking your COVID claims costs and sharing those with the district as well, so we can keep an eye on those and see what impact they're having to the district. It also gives you the ability to be more flexible. And flexibility includes the ability to more closely custom design your employee benefits programs, particularly your medical plan, to meet the needs of the employees and meet the needs of the district. The other thing that comes into place is that by being self-funded on your own, you actually, you live with your costs. Your costs are your costs. Your claims are your claims. And as we go through that, the renewal process, we examine those very closely. In a fully insured environment, unfortunately, if you were in a situation where the district's claims costs were very favorable in a particular year or went down from one year to the next, the insurance company would keep the profit. Under a self-funded arrangement like the district's in, if you have a very good plan year, then any excess reserves are kept by the Employee Benefits Trust and can be used in a variety of different ways, which we'll discuss in a second. If we go to the next slide there, you'll see a comparison here on the PPO plan. And then later on, we'll talk a little bit about the percentage of employees that are participating in plans. So as you'll see there again, that TUSD, again, fairly generous when it comes to the employer contribution and the employee contribution. You'll see that your costs are relatively similar to other districts. And I just want to point out that in many situations, your employee benefit plans are as rich or richer than many of the other districts. And even with them being richer than the other districts, your total costs tend to run at or below some of the other districts. Okay.
Before we move on to the next slide, Mr. Dees, I have some questions, and I have a lot of questions about this presentation, so I don't know if I want to save them to the end or whether I can ask as we go along here.
Please ask. I'll be happy to answer the question you have.
Thank you. A question I have, looking at when I first saw these two slides, is why our total costs are so much higher than in other districts. So we look at the PPO plan for family coverage, which is, really challenging for our employees to really, do, because this is, most of their salary then will go into premiums. Why is our cost, $250 higher per month than AmFi, our total cost, the district cost plus the employee cost? And so, as we get into, this is a study item and we're not making decisions today, but I would like to know more information about, and same thing in our HSA plans, why are we the second highest cost in the Tucson area on our total cost for the HSA plan? Is it that we do have a group of employees that has more illness than other districts, and you said that is pretty similar demographics compared to other districts? Is it that we have a lot of plan features that a lot of our employees would select to have even a different plan? So I'd like to know more about why our costs are so much higher than the majority of the other districts.
So you bring up some good points, and that's really why, particularly is, again, the demographics. Don't know how demographically different you are, because most of our districts that are clients are very similar demographically. But really, your claims costs combined with the richness of your benefits. The fact that you folks continue to offer a $750 deductible plan is very rich. In our agency, our average deductible for our clients as a whole, our book of business of our over 300 clients, runs about $1,750. That's the rich plan that's being offered. So a $750 deductible plan is still fairly rich. Conversely, when we look at your high deductible health plan, again, you have a very rich high deductible health plan with a $1,500 deductible. We are proposing that you add a third option, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail later on. Those things really, as you combine those, that is what will then push up your claims costs. And part of the reason we're looking at a third option is to try to keep the cost down for employees from a premium standpoint, and to make sure that they have additional choice. So all of those things really do factor in. There are situations from a year-to-year basis when we take a look at your costs that you may actually have lesser costs on a year-over-year basis in another district. Those districts may actually escalate in cost based on their claim mix. But those are the factors that go into it. And again, remembering and what I said earlier is that you are measured by your actual claims performance when you're self-funded. So these numbers.
Yeah, so we're not comparing apples to apples here. Oh, I'm sorry. So we're not comparing apples to apples. We're comparing apples to oranges when we do this benchmarking then. So we're looking at like a PPO plans. They might be very different in other districts. They might be much higher deductibles than what we have for our PPO plan. And so this is, so it's not true benchmarking because we're talking about very different plans at each district.
Yeah, and what you may be comparing a bigger apple to a smaller apple in the difference in the plans, but that does have an impact as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide then. So we wanted to talk a little bit about some of the plan components that go into self-funding, because we think it's important for you as a governing board to understand those components. When you are in a fully insured environment, basically you're buying from an insurance company that provides you all of these different features. You buy basically off the shelf. When you're self-funded, you have a lot more latitude when it comes to selecting the vendors and the carriers that are going to be providing healthcare for you. So as was mentioned earlier by Ms. Hauser, part of what we were tasked with as we were hired as your consultants was to take a hard look at your costs, particularly in the medical plans, and that's where your highest expenditures are. And through the process of going out to bid, we then found lower cost third-party administrator. So your third-party administrator, also known as your TPA, is UMR, and they're coupled with United Healthcare, which is the benefit provider. The provider network. UMR, incidentally, is owned by United Health Group. So by virtue of us taking you out to bid, we were actually able to lower your costs, your fixed costs for your third-party administration. You also have a pharmacy benefit manager. So the pharmacy benefit manager is put in place to be able to help provide your employees with what's called a formulary, which is a list of prescription drugs that is approved by them. And that is then, those claims are then administered by the third-party administrator. We did move you also to CVS, and we actually moved you into a national coalition. And by moving you to the national coalition, between a combination of third-party administrator and the pharmacy benefit manager, we were able to drive your cost down by about $1.5 million. That was our estimate. And then you have what's called stop-loss insurance. So under your current contract, stop-loss insurance is meant to protect you from any specific large claimants. And specific large claimants, we mean for specific members under your plan, be they employees or dependents. And that's there so that if you have a runaway claim, for instance, that exceeds $1 million, that or $2 million, for instance. Now, $1 million is more commonplace, but $2 million, the district then has a maximum liability. So that's additional protection, and you pay for that. And the company we use for stop-loss insurance is Voya. The district does not carry what's called aggregate stop-loss insurance, which is sometimes typical for smaller employers. And the reason why is when you get to the size of the district, there really is no need to have aggregate stop loss insurance because the likelihood of you surpassing that is fairly small, but the expenditure to pay for that additional insurance is fairly high. So you don't have that in place. We then, as we go through the process of looking at your plans, we look at your claims liability. So your claims liability is based on your current claim risk profile. And then we also look at your prospective risk profile. So we factor into account annual medical and pharmacy costs. We factor in national trends. We factor in your trend. And then we also take a look at any large claimants that are currently on the plan and could possibly persist. So all that goes through an actuarial study that we conduct on behalf of the district. And based on that study, we then provide you with a budget. Your expected claims liability is that. It's actually determined by CBIZ. And then we also work with the stop loss insurance carrier, and then we validate that. So your total cost of your program is your claims costs. Okay, your claims are your claims, plus those fixed expenses for your third-party administrator, your pharmacy benefit manager, and your stop loss insurance. Based on that, then actuarially, we come up with premium equivalents that represent your expected liability, as well as the benefit plans that you offer. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. I'll take a quick pause there. Any questions at this moment? Okay, thank you. So another component of being self-funded is your incurred but not reported claims. So those are unreported claims that must be estimated and accounted for on future liability. Those factor into planning moving ahead, as well as how the district is then accruing their reserves, which is the next bullet point there. So reserves are money set aside for the payment of incurred but not reported claims. So it's very important for self-funded employers to maintain those reserves because you can have increases and decreases in your claim liability. So you want to make sure you have enough money set aside in reserves if you have an unexpected increase in your claims costs in a given month or in a given year. So we go through the process of looking at those reserves, making sure that they're adequate. And as was mentioned earlier by Mr. Mansfeld, the Employee Benefit Trust did request that the governing board approve a 6-month reserve liability limit, which is very standard. And we have to always try to work towards making sure that that reserve fund is at 6 months or more. Okay. So an important point there is that the amount held as reserves is not factored into the renewal calculations. Those are set aside. And then again, with successful management of the plan, as we did through the RFP process of changing third-party administrators and pharmacy benefit managers, we hopefully will have excess reserves. And again, those excess reserves can be used to mitigate future costs to employees in the district or by creating enhanced benefit plans. Okay, go to the next slide there. So this is a report that we have been that we actually created for the trust as we go through the process of looking at your liability and your costs, and then making sure that we have adequate reserves, as we mentioned earlier, on hand. So in the left-hand column there, you'll see what we consider to be income. So that is a combination of Tucson Unified School District's contributions and employee contributions. And then as we go through that process, we then look at your year-end balance. So in 2019-2020, the year-end balance was $27 million and almost $400,000. In 2021, it was slightly lower, but keep in mind that the 2020-21 plan year is a short year. So there's a caveat there. It's a 10-month plan year. So as we go into the 2021-2022 plan year, you'll see that there's an increase in cost there, but that's because now we're cycling back into a 12-month period. So that was a question that was asked is, what was the difference between the two? And the difference really is short plan year to a 12-month plan year. So we had to factor that in as we moved ahead.
I have some questions about this slide, Mr. Diaz, excuse me.
Sure.
How much variation do we normally see year on year? Are we seeing like in the $1 million range of variation, or are we seeing, you know, much less than that in most years or in most of the plans that you're administering size?
Typically, so medical cost trend runs between 7 to 9% when you combine that with prescription drug costs. Our projection for you is slightly over 1%. So as you can see there, the claims cost, when we compare the 2019 and 2020 plan year at 34 million, if we were to annualize the 2020 to 21 and then move it forward to the 21 to 22 plan year, we're looking also at $34 million. With that said, though, from a funding standpoint, we do have a deficit. And the deficit really is created by an underfunding effect that is happening between the district contributions and the employee contributions. We want to make sure that we address that because, again, as you go to the right-hand column there, for us to be able to meet that 6-month reserve policy, we have to make sure that we're adequately funding the reserves. Okay, so if we take a look all the way on that side there, we'll go past the balance there and go to the required reserves. When you take a look down there at the bottom there, then you'll see that the projected reserve shortage is about $2.6 million.
Right now, so you're doing like a 1 million increase or 1% increase every year is what you're projecting in terms of claims costs?
No, actually, it just really varies. Again, the trend runs between that 7 to 9% trend. You're actually beating the trend, and that is cyclical. So we would love to be able to see a less than 2% trend for the district, but it is cyclical. So we could actually see a situation where your trend goes down, or we could see a situation where your trend goes up. Or your costs go up, and then you're going to see a much higher increase. And we try to avoid that. And we think some of the changes that we made are having a positive effect by lowering some of the overall.
Yeah, because if you annualize it 2021, the 28 million becomes 33.6 million. So we actually spent less this year, or projected to spend less this year than the previous year. If you annualize it out, and then we're going back up in terms of projection for the 21-22 year,
right,
to 34.5 million.
Correct.
I'm not an actuary, so I won't press you too much more on how these numbers.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand. Those are very good questions.
I do see the numbers kind of going down from one year to the next year. And I understand the annualization and the 10-month factor in the 2021, but even annualized at 33.6 million, we're looking at numbers the cost going down, which surprises me with COVID and everything else going on, that these costs are going down, and we're projecting to go back up in the next year.
Don't forget, this is a 10-month year, not a 12-month year.
Right, no, that's why I said 33.6 million, because if you analyze the $28 million times 12 divided by 10, you get 33.6 million if you analyze that out.
And Dr. Gavashow, again, keeping in mind that as we go through an actuarial process, we do factor into account trend. So we do have to keep that in mind. And again, much of that, two factors that we looked at as you compare the year over year is one, the changes that we made are having a positive impact on the claims and fixed costs. But also that 19 and 20 year did spike up a little bit from what we had seen previously under the plan. So when we took over and we were doing a comparison of prior years, we did see a relative increase there. That was driven by some fairly high claim costs. You had one claim actually exceed $1 million. Mm-hmm. And then you had others that were touching up against that. So that was that upward cycle that we saw in that year, and then we've seen a little bit of a downward cycle. You did mention COVID, so just to give you a little context, the district has incurred close to $500,000 just on COVID this past year, and that was the primary cost of that has been for testing with some treatment. But, relatively speaking, that was an expense that we hadn't factored into your costs last year because COVID didn't exist. So actuarially, we didn't factor that into the cost. As we went through the process of looking at your 2021-22 plan year, we do factor that in. So our actuaries have built in a 5% load for COVID. That load in a couple of things. There are some folks that are putting off care, either through their inability to access care by providers, or because they're putting off care because they don't want to put themselves in harm's way by going to the doctor or going to the hospital or to an outpatient setting to receive care, and that there will be some pent-up demand that will then flow out and will affect the district. So we factor that 5%, and we look at that on a quarterly basis and adjust it up or down. In our area, we've kept it flat at 5%. Other parts of the country, it's been higher for our clients. But that is a factor in there, because if it doesn't come true, that's great. But we know that there is a trickle effect that will affect the claims cost. We hope it's not an avalanche or a tidal wave of costs, but we want to make sure that the district is adequately prepared by having that additional actuarial adjustment built into their claims costs.
I was going to add, so that $34.458 million and projected for next year includes the pent up elected things that are deferred, other deferred
Yes,
costs.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll go to the next slide there. So when you take a look here, let's look at the right hand lower side there, the definition. So PEPM means per employee per month. So we that's the way we take a look at normalizing costs, is per employee per month, because costs can go up or down depending on the number of employees and dependents enrolled. But that's the way for us to take a look and create a more normalized looking at it. We use per employee per month. The next item there is loss rate. So the funding versus your premiums, your funding and premiums versus your actual claims paid. So that's your loss ratio. So if we take a look up at the left-hand column again, so your high deductible health plan has 26% of your eligible employees enrolled. Your high deductible health plan came in at a 65.7%. That was your actual pay claims versus your expected claims loss ratio. And your per employee per month claims came in at 255.64. Remember, this is just claims. It does not include any fixed costs. When we take a look at the right-hand side there, your PPO 750 plan has 74% of your eligible employees enrolled. That plan came in at 131.3% of your actual claims versus expected claims loss ratio. And your claims per employee per month came in at 590.75. So as you can see there, your claims per employee per month cost was double what it was under the high deductible health plan. And it ran significantly higher at 131% of the expected claims loss ratio. So when you take a look at the left-hand column there, bottom side there, you'll see that your combined plan performance came in at 116% of your actual claims versus your expected loss ratio. So Dr. Gravaja, as I mentioned earlier, your 1920 year actually exceeded expectations from a claims cost standpoint. And it was very apparent where that occurred. So then your combined claims cost came in at 575.86. Okay, let's go ahead and move to the next slide there. So as far as your medical plan changes are concerned, again, based on your claims cost increases in the past 2 years, and again in the current plan year, we believe that employee contribution increase is warranted. And the reason we say that is that one of the things that we look at very closely on behalf of our clients and behind the scenes as we look at things actuarially is cost trend. So we know that the cost of healthcare doesn't go down. The cost of healthcare continues to trend upwards. And so as that occurs, the overall cost is going to naturally go upward. Again, we'll have increases, we'll have dips, but the reality is that the trend is going to continue to go up. So as we're going through this process and making sure that we're funding the trust appropriately, so there's enough money in the trust to pay for claims, there's enough money to fund that reserve liability, that their increases have to incur, both by the district and by the employees. And really those changes need to happen. We believe if they happen incrementally, it avoids a tidal wave of increase to the employees. Now that said, from a context standpoint, it has been some time since the employees have actually seen an increase, an out-of-pocket increase in the contributions. And part of that was because the plan was performing fairly well. But as you can see here, in the last plan year, the plan did not perform well, and we're starting to and continue to see trend increases in cost. So we want to make sure that we avoid that tidal wave of increase. So as a result of that, we are making a recommendation based on our evaluation that there should be some increase, and we'll show those in the next couple of slides. You'll actually see the new contributions. As far as the benefit plans themselves are concerned, no recommended changes to the PPO plan, but with a contribution increase in all tiers. The high deductible health plan, again, no plan changes there. And then the district will continue to deposit $1,200 in the employees who participate in the high deductible health plan's health savings account plan. And if they're active wellness plan participants, they get an additional $300. And then the addition of a third plan, which is a high deductible health plan, $3,000 plan. So again, with the contribution in the HSA plan being the same. Now, just to give you some context, for a district the size of Tucson Unified School District, and for a lot of our clients as well, it's not untypical for a district to offer 3 plans. And in fact, many of our clients offer 2 or 3. Some of our clients offer 4. But the addition of the third plan then just allows employees that additional choice. And if you have employees who maybe aren't high utilizers and want to save on contributions, it gives them the ability to do that under that high deductible health plan. They may not need a plan that's as rich. Or conversely, you may have an employee who is going to have has a situation where every year they're going to blow through their out-of-pocket maximum. So they already know that expenditure is going to come out of their pocket, but they want to save on monthly contributions. So that allows that employee also to make a decision. The other thing too is we wanted to be sure that by offering the third plan, even though we're making recommendations for increases to the PPO plan and the high deductible health plan, that the third plan is going to have a small increase on the employee side, but there'll be no increase to the dependent premiums under that third plan relative to the current $1,500 contributions. Okay, so if employees want to keep their family contributions the same and they're currently on the high deductible $1,500 plan, or they want to see a fairly big decrease in their family premiums and they're on the PPO plan, they can go to that high deductible health plan, 3,000 plan, and either see the same contributions for family or lower contributions. Okay, we'll go to the next slide then. So this is the new high deductible health plan 3,000. So as you can see there, that plan didn't exist previously. So we're recommending that the 21-22 employee monthly cost be $20 for employee and spouse, $299.24. Employer and child, $213.32, and for family, $373.55. Okay, so the $299, the $213, and the $373 are the current contributions for the high deductible health plan, $1,500 plan. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next slide there. Okay, so if you take a look here, this plan will be moving employee contribution from $11.99 to $40. Employee and spouse will go from $299.24 to $359.09. Employee and children will go from $213.32 to $255.98. And family will go from $373.55 to $448.26. All right, let's go to the next slide there. The PPO 750. For employee only, the employees will go from $64.24 to $82.72. Employee and spouse will go from $761.22 to $913.46. Employee and children will go from $671.18 to $805.42. And employee and family will go from $1,301.52 to $1,561.82.
So I have some questions on these slides. So I see that the total cost is going up $9, but the employee contribution is going up $19. And so the district is saving $10 per employee for everyone that chooses this employee only plan. I see the same thing in the HSA plan, the 1,500 plan, where our district costs, if I'm doing the math correctly, is going up $24, but the employee cost is going up $28. And I see that we're increasing the cost significantly on our employees. And I'm looking at this family plan. The family plan and the PPO costs, I see it going up $27, but I see the employee contribution going up $261 a month, if I'm doing the math correctly.
Correct.
And so we just finished a presentation before this one about how our district isn't in crisis mode. And so why are we increasing the cost to it's one thing where our plan goes up $27 and, for a monthly cost, and the employee, takes up, that $27. But why are we putting the cost of our plans on the backs of our employees and trying to save money with this? Like, why is the plan going up $27, but the employee cost is going up $261 or $9 and $19 or $16 for the employee plus child, and then going up to $134 for the employee? Like, how do we justify that based on not being in crisis mode and increasing the cost on the backs of our employees?
I'm going to ask the district to speak to that a bit.
Yeah, so Dr. Gravoy-Shaw, that's a great point. Benefits is huge. Benefits is a huge investment for the district. We understand that even at our current rates, even before we even talk about increasing, benefits is a significant expense for our employees. We understand that, especially our employees with families. But my responsibility and the responsibility of the administration is to look at the district as a whole. When money flows back into the district's M&O budget, whether we're investing less in one area, which in this case, as you pointed out, is benefits, we have capital needs. We have needs for technology. We have needs for buses. We have needs for salaries. We want competitive salaries. It's just a matter of if the governing board wants to make any of these particular areas a priority, then it does become an expenditure priority. Then we do go back to the table, and the numbers do reflect the will of the board. I will say that as we saw in the spreadsheet as part of this presentation that notes the balance that we have right now in the Employee Benefits Trust Board and the magic number being 2.6 million, that would be the district's investment. So if we didn't want these numbers to look like this and we wanted to have no rate changes and we wanted to have the district shift the cost burden back to the district, then the number is 2.6 million. If we go back to the previous budget presentation, that's an additional possible expense. And then there's also what's between 0 and 2.6 million. Is there a way that we can split the cost, that we can split the cost burden? We certainly can go back to the table, as this is a study item, shift numbers a little bit to see if there could be a little bit less burden on the employees. But again, I'm just looking at the district. That's our administration's role, is looking at the district from all the different areas that we're funding, especially as dollars potentially flow back into the M&O budget.
And no, thank you for that, Dr. Chu. I understand that, but I stand that I would be hard pressed to support raising the costs of the plans for our employees more than the costs are actually going up in total, and contributing and trying to build up, the reserves, the contingencies, and the carry forward and other things that we're doing by disproportionately increasing, by trying to save money by contributing less, because these plans, these recommendations have the district contributing less to healthcare costs and making it more expensive for our employees. And then we talk about, so I'm really hard pressed to support this as is. I know I'm not looking for any, it's not an action item, but this, my feedback is, and I'll let the other board members speak, but I'd be really hard pressed to get behind increasing the costs or trying to save $230 for every employee that chooses a family PPO plan, and saving $10 for every employee that chooses the employee-only PPO plan, for example.
I want to unite with you, Dr. Gravoy-Shaw, and thank you also for your expertise in this budget. We should not be increasing the rates on the backs of our employees. I think we should find ways for the district to subsidize, to lower those monthly rates, especially for employee and spouse and family. There absolutely unaffordable, especially for our classified employees.
Ms. Counts? Or Dr. Trujillo?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that when we had our one-on-one meeting, one of the things that I'd asked for is a breakdown of what is the amount that the district would absorb if we were to split the increase with our employees, a 50-50. Do you have that, or can you bring it back?
I can bring it back, but our commitment will be 1.3 million. So we would shift 1.3 million would become our funding commitment. Then we would look for the increases in employee deductions for the other 1.3 million. Pursuant to Dr. Gravoy-Shaw's feedback, we go back and we take a look at what tiers and services are absorbing the greatest amount of that increase, right? When we start looking at PPO, HDHP 1500, does it necessarily have to be the families? Or can it be a little bit more of the PPO, single, no dependent? So we would go back in a more detailed way and look at, okay, if we're going to pursue a 50-50 split, let's go back and take a look at this 1.3 million that we would look at from employee deductions so that we don't have a disproportionate perception out there with our families. And I think looking at this instead of just by our numbers, hearing board member feedback, we need to look at it a little deeper than that. It's a little deeper than us just saying, well, it's 34 people. Well, as Dr. Gravoy-Shaw pointed out, you know, those are 34 families and they're incurring a substantial increase. So I think our team, I'll challenge us to look at it a little less simplistically and numerically. I would prefer the term numerically and saying, well, it's a numbers game. It's only 34, but that 34 does matter. I understand that. And
yeah. The other thing I wanted to mention, I know I forwarded you some information from Pima County because I think that we have the same number of employees that also I think are really high utilizers. And so I'm hoping you were able to share some of that because the rates that the employees pay is significantly less. And I don't know about I can't compare the rest of the compensation package or the kind of plan. And I think that that's really important to distinguish if we're going to say we're not comparing apples to apples, and this is why. You know, with the plan that you're sharing, Adelita, your plan is not as rich because it does X, Y, and Z, and we do that. You have to pay for that out of pocket versus what TUSD is offering. I think that would help because we also don't want to lessen the package so much that it's not a net increase for employees, but then what you're getting is not a really good benefits package. I mean, there's a balance there, and I think it's important for us to understand that. Because I remember when I first started with the district, and every year it's the family plan is just kind of a wallet buster. You know, it just knocks people out where some of our employees are working for insurance. And so when we make it really cost prohibitive, it's difficult for them to absorb those costs. But I do understand that we have some pretty competitive plans as far as what we absorb as far as costs, that it's, you know, part of regular like the doctor's appointments that are no cost, like kind of those well checks, that those things are free. I think it's important for us to understand all of those nuances too.
Right. And yeah, we can certainly, we made a conscious decision to just stick with comparing ourselves to other school districts because the revenue streams are identical. The county and the city have significantly more revenue streams coming in from a broader variety of taxes that they're able to collect. We're restricted to just property tax and state aid. Right. And then the county and the city receive significantly more, I think, CARES Act dollars. They did, at least in the first allocation. That sort of allows them to offer packages that we simply don't. We're not able to with our budgetary limitations. But I do think it's still a good idea that when we come back next time, we can kind of maybe stack up our plan features so that people can see what the county and the city offer versus what our school district does.
Yeah, and then if you can send that to us ahead of time, then we'll just be able to do our homework before the meeting, because I know that we're all sort of, the goal is to not have meetings that go till midnight. So we're happy to do our homework ahead of time. But I appreciate the information, and I am also happy to hear how involved other board members are in kind of digging into this, because I think it's really important. And one of the reasons why, with having 5 parents on the board, we look at these plans through a very through a lens of a parent. And most of our employees are also parents. And so I think it's important for us to ask these questions. So I appreciate the extra information. Thanks.
I'll say one more thing. I know we're getting late and stuff, and we have a big issue to discuss as well with school openings. But to what Ms. Grijalva said, what's cost sharing 50-50? Like the recommendations here isn't sharing the increased costs; it's actually putting 100% of the increased costs on the employees, and then putting additional costs on the employees and reducing our cost share. So yeah, this is for me problematic, especially when we're not in a crisis mode as we're talking about, yeah, so I think you have my feedback in terms of what kinds of things I'd like to see change in these recommendations when we actually have to make an action item on this.
I just wanted to real briefly say I'm with Dr. Ravi and the rest of my colleagues. I'd like us to see if we can dig in a little bit deeper, as Ms. Grijalva had mentioned. I'll be honest, Dr. Trujillo, when we went over these numbers, my heart stopped just a little bit. And Ms. Grijalva's right, is families, this can be cost prohibitive. And I understand that they're competitive, and we want to be competitive, and we want to offer a balanced benefits package that is attractive. But I'm afraid that if we don't dig in a little deeper, that even though it's 34 families, what is it going to look like next year? Are the rates going to go up because of COVID? And will that be an issue for years to come? So if we can somehow come to a happy medium on this issue, and allow for families to be able to have health insurance for their spouse and children, and then also to keep, frankly, to keep our teachers and staff here in the district without them going somewhere else because they just can't afford the health care.
Good feedback. I do appreciate everybody. We're going to go. That's why we wanted to have a study session tonight. It's a big item. Great feedback, great direction. We're going to go back to the drawing board and do some recalculations and bring this back with the feedback that we've heard tonight incorporated.
Dr. Trujillo, I just want to say that thank you for the presentation. I am really aware of this just being super cost prohibitive for so many people. And I'm wondering if there's a way that with the health savings account option, the third option that was proposed, and we talked about this briefly, just you and I, but if there's a way that we can, sorry, text messages, if there's a way that we can encourage that, and if that would give us more savings so that we're not increasing costs at all on the current plans, except I might be into a 50-50 of just the cost increase between employee and district, but I would even prefer to just keep it. I feel like we did a lot of work last year to try to get the family plans down for folks, and we heard that loud and clear from our community. And so I would be really hesitant to raise it at all. And if there's other different and creative solutions to if people are interested in that third plan, and if that's going to give us any sort of savings. So.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the feedback. And like I said, we are going to go back and incorporate the feedback that we heard tonight, work with our consultants, engage the Employee Benefits Trust. And I really do want to thank the members of the Employee Benefits Trust Board for all the time and analysis and work. These full-time employees in other places that put a lot of time and energy into these recommendations, and I want to thank them for their efforts. They do so in service of the district, your Employee Benefits Trust Board. So we'll continue to work with them, and we look forward to being back before you. Probably next board meeting, latest would be March 9th with some revised proposals.
Yes, thank you to all of our volunteer Employees Benefits Trust board members. Thank you for your work.
Ooh, thank you. We do appreciate the feedback as well. We do represent Pima County, so we're very well aware of their costs. And from just a relative standpoint, they offer one high deductible health plan to all their employees. So they don't offer a traditional PPO plan. Dr. Trujillo's comments, municipalities and counties are funded much differently. So their employees tend to have much lower contributions because they are able to fund at a much higher amount. Okay, we'll go to the next slide there. We're getting ready to wrap up my portion of it. We're gonna kick it back over to Ms. Hauser, who's gonna take over from this point.
Renee Heuser, I will ask if we can gently just kind of go through briefly the remaining portion, not to undercut the great work of employee wellness, but as Dr. Gravoy-Shaw pointed out, we want to kind of get into the reopening of schools issue. Just keeping an eye on the time. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. I'll talk about the employee wellness program more when we come back next time. Next slide, please. We can just roll through. You won't see any changes to any of the other benefits. Our dental PPO plan remained the same. We are in a rate lock for this, so we didn't have any increases. Next slide, please. This is our dental DHMO plan, also the same, no increases this year. Second year in a rate guarantee. Next slide, please. Vision plan, no changes on any of our tiers. Next slide, please. I did want to just briefly talk about this because we're very excited. We do meet with our employees every year to get their input on our benefits. We do that via focus groups. We do that via surveys. And we had a large focus group. We participated in Dr. Trujillo's superintendent's focus group and then had one of our own last year. And what came out of that was that our employees really wanted pet insurance. We were a little surprised by this. Wasn't something that had been on our radar. So this was something our employees brought to us. We weren't able to go out and find carriers right away. It took some time. But for next year, we will be bringing pet insurance to our employees, and not only one, but 2 carriers. So we have a couple of different types of plans. It will fit into just about any budget. United Pet Care offers a discount plan. The premiums for employees are very much cheaper. Nationwide is more of a traditional kind of insurance plan with copays and deductibles, and it costs a little bit more. So we're super excited to be rolling that out. Next slide, please. Basic life insurance, the district provides all employees basic life insurance at our cost, free to the employee, and our rates for that should not be changing this year. Next slide, please. Flexible spending accounts are another thing that came to us via an employee want. They had asked for dependent care plans several years ago, so we did go out and did an RFP to get a dependent care FSA started. This is where employees can put pre-tax dollars away for dependent care and now medical care as well. We added the medical plan this last year, again, based on employee feedback. These come with debit cards, so the employees can put the money away, as I said, pre-tax, and then use the debit card at either their child care provider or their doctor's office to use the funds. Next slide, please. This one just kind of wraps everything together, so we're not going through them individually. These are the other plans that we offer to our employees. Again, we try really hard to offer a robust benefits plan just to attract and retain our employees. The Employee Assistance Program is phenomenal. You don't see a lot of these anymore. We fund that 100%. And then we added a couple years ago the legal plan. There will be no changes to these plans. Premiums are all static for the next year. Next slide, please. Okay, and with that, if there are any questions remaining, or we can close it down and see you at your next meeting.
I just have a quick comment. I believe Justin Williams from David County Superintendent's Office has offered to give feedback and assist us with some of these things. So if we can reach out to him, I think that would be helpful. See what the superintendent's office could do.
Absolutely. We certainly will do that.
Thank you. All right. Moving on. Item 8.2.
Thank you.
Yes, item 8.2, shifting back into our schedule. We have an item for your consideration this evening. One of the big goals of this administration has long been to respond to what the teachers have long been asking for since I've arrived in the district, and you've probably heard it already, that we just don't offer enough time during their workday or even during the work year to be able to accommodate the professional development needs of the district. There are many initiatives, instructional otherwise, that require their attention. And right now, and for many years, we've been relegated to asking teachers to come in after the professional workday or the weekend or during summer PD Academy. Now, all of those vehicles are effective, and we're not saying that we're going to eliminate them. But when you look at what highly performing school districts and schools do that successfully move the needle, not just on student achievement, but on teacher retention, teacher recruitment, teacher satisfaction, it is offering on-the-job, job-embedded professional development within the realm of their workday. So with that, tonight's proposal, if you can advance the slide, we are going to be proposing to the governing board that we establish out of next year's calendar 4 designated professional development days for teachers, whole days that will occur on Tuesdays, that we will be able to dedicate not just for teachers, but for the entire district. So all of the district's employees will be able to engage in professional development and training that is meaningful and relevant to their particular positions, whether they're bus drivers, food service employees, customer service training for our front office teams, instructional pedagogical training, of course, for our teachers and instructional staff, socio-emotional learning available for our teachers and our counselors. So we're going to be able to meet the needs of the district's employees in a better, more efficient, more effective way. We're going to be able to differentiate. We've long heard that our employees want choice. They also want to be able to choose the kind of professional development that they want to attend. We're going to be able to give them that option next year with these professional development days that we're going to be carving out of the calendar. And now that the district will be carving out this time, these professional development days that will occur once a quarter, every 9 weeks, they'll occur on a designated Tuesday in each quarter. We can now give the schools back their Wednesdays. And one of the concerns that we've heard from our principals and also from teacher leaders throughout the district is that Wednesdays on the campuses are too prescriptive. That they're, number one, they're only about an hour and a half every time that we release early. By the time you get teachers safely releasing students and the activity on the campus after a release time subsides, and by the time teachers get settled, lock their doors, and get to the designated multi-purpose or PD room, that hour and 15 minutes has now become maybe 45 minutes. And your time whittles down very, very quickly. And they really don't have the time to really engage in the kind of engagement and the activity level we'd like to see around some of the topics, best practices for working with students with disabilities. We're going to be doing a lot of work on cultural responsiveness with employees throughout the district. We're going to be doing work on a lot of key instructional initiatives, GATE strategies, advanced learning experience strategies, AVID strategies. I can go on and on and on. We're going to have that opportunity to do so now. So if we can sort of advance the slide to the calendar piece so we can get to the heart of the issue here. in the interest of time. So what it looks like is this. We're going to be proposing that once every 9 weeks that we carve out a full day of professional development. Teachers will receive 6.5 hours of content or professional development training time. We've cut out 1.5 hours for things like lunch and breaks. So we're not going to work the teachers a full 8 hours and not build in their duty free and their lunch. But we are looking at this as a huge step in moving the district forward in addressing a lot of the challenges we've heard around professional development. Our first proposed date would be Thursday. I think I do apologize. I mentioned Tuesday. It's going to be Thursdays. Our first is going to be August 26, 2021. Then we have October 28th, 2021, January 13th, 2022, and then, of course, March 31st, 2022. We've taken great pains to avoid day before and day after major holidays, and also avoiding Friday and Monday. We do think that that's just an opportunity for some, not all, not the majority, might view that as an opportunity for an extended weekend. So we certainly don't want to create that opportunity. In putting this calculation together, we have ensured that, and I'll ask Jean if you can bring up the second attachment while I wrap here, where we're talking about instructional minutes. We have ensured that we are fully compliant with the Arizona Department of Education's requirements for instructional minutes. We are also making sure that on a school-by-school basis, that when we carve out this time, we're not impacting a school's ability to meet those minutes. So we have 3 key requirements. Elementary schools need 890 hours. Middle schools need 1,000. High schools need 720. So we've gone in and we've done the math. We've ensured that that with the addition of these 4 days, and board members at your leisure, if you want to look up your specific school or see where a specific school lies, we've put together an A through Z list for you to see where each individual school lies with regard to compliance with their instructional minutes. So that's our proposal for you to consider. There's no action required tonight. We understand that anytime we're asking for action on a calendar, it's best to bring it forward as a study. That way the community has an opportunity to hear what we presented tonight, email concerns, suggestions. We do plan on returning for action on February 23rd, our next meeting.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Grijalva.
Yeah, I think that you're going to get some positive feedback. That's been one of the biggest complaints that I've heard about Wednesdays, is that it's very prescriptive. It covers what the district wants us to know and not necessarily what we need on our site, specific to the community that's there. We have a lot of dual language programs and specific other programs, and Wednesday doesn't give them enough opportunity to work with cohorts. And so I'm really curious to hear back from our teachers. But I do think that this makes a lot more sense, and provided that it's meaningful and they feel like they're getting, positive information out of it, I think that it could be a really good thing. Yeah, so thanks for thinking of it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This has been a huge goal of our administration since we started in 17-18, is finding a way to deliver this. Every year, the teachers have the same ask, and they're very frustrated. And not just the teachers, the employees at large. Our bus drivers, they want meaningful professional development, just like our teachers do. Our counselors want it, our administrators want it, and our custodial staff now in the age of COVID. This is a great opportunity to get very detailed on training protocols for COVID sanitation preventative measures. So we're excited about this, and we are looking forward to hearing if we do hear any concerns. We certainly are open to the feedback and do want to come back and ask for action at our next meeting on February 23rd.
Dr. Trujillo, or
Yes.
Ms. Counts, have you had an opportunity to talk with site administration about the kind of input they'll be able to have on these full day?
The deal with site administration is that our site administrators have been very vocal about the district being way too prescriptive with their Wednesdays and the district moving in with district required training, like whether it's PBIS or code of conduct, and sort of incurring on their autonomy to tailor a professional development calendar that reflects the needs of their individual site. So the deal has been, if we get out of your way, site administration, and the district carves out these 4 days where we get all of the district level stuff done, in addition to offering meaningful professional development by choice, by item for teachers, we'll leave you alone on your Wednesdays. You use your Wednesdays, you use your early release Wednesdays to bring in the kind of PD that you want for your site without worrying about the district moving in and saying, we're going to take 4 of your early release Wednesdays to do a unitary status plan required training on the code of conduct. That's really been an ask for. So this is also going to be a big win for our site administrative teams, our site campuses. It's going to return the autonomy that they've been asking for to their Wednesday calendar. And most importantly, it's going to meet a big need for the teachers that now, instead of the only way for them to get to the PD that they most want, they have to go either on a weekend or sacrifice part of their summer. Now we look forward to having this kind of an offering available to them during their regular workday, during their contract year, without extending their contract day and without extending the academic calendar.
I'm very excited about this. I remember it was one of my first votes after being elected was to not approve the calendar, which was kind of controversial, but because I had heard from the community and from teachers and administrators and as myself, I'm a professional development instructor for early ed. I know that you're not going to get what you need out of 45 minutes a week. And so I think this is really exciting. And I'm glad that you reiterated that they're still going to have their Wednesdays because they can learn something, like say they want to learn systems thinking or two-way dual language strategies at one of these sessions, and then they can continue with it and really scaffold and take it to that next level on those Wednesdays and check in as a school community and provide that peer mentorship and all wonderful things. So I think this is a great improvement, and I'm very excited about this suggestion. All right, any other comments from board members?
Yes, Ms. Counts. One of the biggest issues I heard from teachers when I was able to go to schools pre-COVID and talk to teachers is the whole issue of professional development. So I'm really glad that we're putting together a plan on professional development and having some really good fixed time to do this. I think the teacher community is going to be really positive on this. I do want to give my parent perspective on this. The whole point of having 5 parents on the school board is now what do I do with my kids those 4 Thursdays? Do I need to take a day off and take 4 of my vacation days off to watch my kids because they're not in school? Why aren't they on a Friday or a Monday or before a holiday? So if I'm going to take a day off, might as well, do something with my kids, a long period of time. So I think you're going to get a lot of negative feedback from parents trying to figure out now, great, we're back in school, COVID's over, I can actually work. And then now we have to take 4 more days of vacation time or to find some other childcare for our young kids.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gravoy-Shaw. And we accept that. And I think historically, when we've made these types of suggestions, parents prefer knowing well ahead of time. And I still think we're going to get some upset parents, but I do think that parents do appreciate that we're at least talking about this now and giving them a heads up fully in advance of the oncoming school year. And I think when we talk about the kind of professional development that needs to happen, the kind of district that we want to be with regard to offering a 21st century learning experience for students, moving more towards project-based learning, and certainly a more culturally responsive classroom and front office, that's a lot of professional development and training. And I think ultimately it's going to make more well-rounded and more culturally responsive and pedagogically sound employees and educators. So I do understand we're going to take some bruises on that, and we're going to try to be as flexible as we can. And certainly being in front of this here in February might lessen the punch a little bit in terms of the community and the parents.
Dr. Trujillo, I just wanted to add to that. It was kind of shocking to me that we had enough instructional minutes to do this, because I, along with thousands of other educators and parents, are concerned about recess times and brain breaks and our kids getting this, constant barrage of academia and not getting the chance to nurture their whole selves. And so I'm excited for the breaks that I think our kids need to perform at their best and to be their best. And I'm wondering if in the I'll save it for future agenda items, but just kind of a heads up, I'm wondering, even after these 4 days, if it does pass, what our schools have as far as instructional minute banked or left over from, so maybe we could add a 5 minutes to the recess, 10 minutes to the recess, or just look at different things like that will help our kids, and not just academically, but socially, emotionally, and physically as well.
No, that's definitely something that we could look at, and we certainly would work closely with Eli and TEA. Certainly, if we're starting to talk about adjustments to the recess, that way we inclusive with all of the leadership and those associations to help us craft the proposal.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Ms. Council. I want to agree with you that I think that the recesses do need to be extended by a bit. And I also want to piggyback on Dr. Gavoy-Shaw's point. I do foresee, there's going to be an issue with some parents not having childcare on those PD days. And so perhaps we can look into creating like camps at some schools where students who, whose parents don't have any place for them to go, they could go to different school sites. Maybe it's at their original school, or maybe they go to another one where they could, learn something arts related, or a sports camp or something like that. Some sort of offering so we can address those needs.
Absolutely.
Partnering maybe with KidCo or something to be available on those days for this kids enrolled in KidCo, or something special for those days would be great. But that's a great suggestion, Sadie.
We have a great relationship with KidCo and our school community program. So yeah, I think that's a great idea. All right, well, we are almost at 8 o'clock. So Rob, do we need to have a motion to extend? Let's see.
So did your policy actually have a curfew of 8? I have to go look at that.
Well, let's just say it did. I think it did.
Then you should vote.
Okay. Well, I'll make the motion. I move that we continue the meeting until all the agenda items have been gone through.
Second.
Who was that? Natalie? Luna? Yes. Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Item passes unanimously. We are going to be here for the rest of the night. Okay. Dr. Trujillo, item 8.3.
And if I could...
sorry, Ms. Shaw.
Sorry. My original thing to pull item 8.3 because some of the language changes that TEA didn't weigh in on, specifically the change from temporary to probationary in the red line probationary draft on the item. If we look at the consensus article, the definition of those two words kind of dramatically changes the impact of that contract. So if we could just pull it so that TEA can weigh in on those changes.
Dr. Trujillo, is there anything pressing with this, or could we bring it back? after.
I support Board Clerk Shaw's request. I would like to pull the item. I think we need, we'll come back more fully prepared. And so acknowledge any miscommunications, apologize for that. We will be back on the 23rd to revisit this item.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that leads us to our last 8.4, COVID-19 District Readiness and Response Update. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, so we have 3 objectives here with this particular item, and I do appreciate the extension. I don't see us going too deeply into the 8 o'clock hour. The first objective is to talk about our proposal to be able to extend the emergency employee sick leave for COVID-19 related circumstances for all employees. Then we will talk about the results of the survey that was out last week regarding parental instructional preferences. And then finally, we'll hear the administrations. I'll be presenting our administration's proposal for a return to on-campus learning and our recommendations for the continuation of 100% remote learning as well as recommendations for middle schools and high schools. But the first of these 3 objectives is good news and a big win for the employees, and certainly our response to the concerns that we heard not only from our subs, but from employees around the district. Our proposal is that we would like to formally continue the provision of emergency sick leave for COVID-19 related circumstances for employees. The manner in which we would like to do so is we heard about an increased amount of CARES Act money coming into the district. We would like to take a portion of that money and establish a COVID-19 emergency sick leave fund, fully accessible to the employees. As they test positive for COVID-19, we fund their days. This way, it would avoid any employee having to drain out their banked sick days to cover any COVID-related illness. And it would also not punish an employee that was already on 0 sick pay status. So this fund, the arbiters of it would be human resources. As employees tested positive for COVID, they would simply reach out to HR, communicate the results of their test, and at that point, they're approved for their leave. We want to equalize the 10 days that we provided them through the first round. When the emergency COVID sick leave was active, it expired, of course, New Year's Eve. And in that first round of the provision of sick leave for the employees, we provided them 10 days. We're looking to do the same. Just as a note, our expenditure when we were funding the emergency sick leave, our overall expenditure was around $175,000. So we're looking at starting with a pool of around $200,000 or $250,000 in CARES Act dollars, just to pool it up in a fund and to be able to access it as the employees need their sick leave. So this is our proposal for the continuation of this emergency sick leave for our employees. So that's the first objective that we wanted to share tonight, and we'll have some more specifics in subsequent meetings. I just want to entertain any questions or comments before we move into the survey results of instructional preferences.
Dr. Trujillo, I don't see this part on the agenda item. I don't know if you have it on your end on the...
There's no presentation attached to this particular item. Okay. It's noted in the BAI language, though, that we would be talking about.
So are you just trying to get board thoughts on that?
Thoughts, ideas, yes.
Okay. I did share with you, I think that a way that we could incentivize a higher vaccine rate is to offer that for employees that can show that they've received at least their first vaccine. That makes sense. We're doing our part in offering this wonderful extra benefit, and we hope that they'll do their part and get vaccinated. So that's my suggestion. Anybody else?
I'm sorry, Ms. Counts, you're suggesting that employees who have have been vaccinated, that they would be able to access the
10 additional. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Right. It's just an additional 10 days, correct, Dr. Trujillo?
Yeah, it's an additional 10 days. Yes.
That we're extending to anybody that has been diagnosed with COVID. I would also say that I think the original bill also included people with dependents that were diagnosed with COVID. If we could do some research into that, Dr. Trujillo, I'd be interested in that, even if their dependents are not vaccinated, or but that we provide that 10 if they themselves have been vaccinated. So it's kind of a carrot versus a stick, and this is a carrot to get. One, I think it's the right thing to do if people have done their due diligence in getting vaccinated. So, and two, I think it's a great benefit. I don't know of any private industries or nonprofits that are offering this.
And by collecting positive test results, we have a hard and fast documentation. There's no ambiguity. There's no wondering if somebody is just taking time. And I think it's just a really hard and fast, easy way to make sure that the benefit is getting to the people that need it the most. So we're happy to offer it, and especially in support of those employees that currently don't have any sick leave accrued. So this is going to be a safety net for them as well. We will return with a more structured proposal. This was just to get some initial thoughts to the idea, kind of test the waters, and then of course return with a more formalized criteria and proposal. Okay, with that, I'd like to ask Leslie Lenhart will be kind of taking us through the results of the instructional preference survey that was active for a week, and what our parents were saying. I want to thank all of the board members. You were instrumental in providing some of the feedback on the questions that helped us craft those questions. So we're never going to get 100% of everybody happy with the questions, but I can say this is the third survey that we've done, and by far, we have seen the least amount of frustration with the questions. So I remember the first one was really hundreds of comments. And so for us just to hear a couple, that's progress. So I'm happy that, and I think that your feedback helped us get there. So thank you for that. Okay, Ms. Lenhart.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, President Counts, governing board members, and Council Ross. Tonight, I'll just take you through fairly quickly the parent survey results on the learning choice. Next slide, please. And so we'll go through this in three different parts. One is just what was the purpose of the survey, and then the results from the pre-K through third and sixth grade results, and then the high school results. Next slide. And then, so the purpose of the survey was really to get an understanding from our parents of which type of learning models would they be interested in having their students be a part of for the remainder of this school year. So we broke it down to two different surveys, one which was the pre-K through 3 and 6, and the other was to parents grades 9 through 12. And so the survey was opened on January 26th and closed on February 4th. A couple of the comments that we received was some of the parents were challenged because we didn't provide a timeline for when the students might return. Some parents also felt that we should have included a comment section. And then we also got the comments of why didn't we include all parents or all grades as part of the survey. Next slide. So initially for the pre-K through 3 and 6th grade results, so we sent this to 20,427 parents, knowing to their emails, knowing that some households give us more than one email address. We sent them emails, robocalls, and text messages, as well as 2 reminders to complete the survey. We had a little over 7,000 respondents, 36%, and we gave them 4 different learning options to rank: full-time remote, 2-day hybrid, 4-day hybrid, or full campus, full-time on campus, 5 days a week. Next slide. And we also provided for each option a description of what that would mean. So for the remote learning, basically reiterated that everything would be done on the computer through both synchronous and asynchronous teaching, and that some students might have a schedule change in their teacher if because of the other option that might be chosen. Next slide. And so with this, for the younger grades, a little over 50% of our respondents said they preferred this learning option as their choice if we were to come back. Next slide. The next model that we proposed is 2 full days of in-person learning on campus. Again, the other 3 days would be fully remote. This would allow for smaller class sizes. We would also provide breakfast and lunch. Any students on campus would be required to participate and with all the safety measures, and that there could be some schedule changes. Next slide. And for this, only 13% of our families felt like this would be a good option for their child. Next slide. The third learning option for the younger grades was 4 half days for on-campus learning. So Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, students would be on campus until approximately 11:30 a.m. And then they would go home for the afternoons. And then Wednesdays would be fully remote for all students. This would allow for smaller class sizes again. However, because there was more days on campus, there could be the amount of days students are on campus are more often, but there's not the expectation that any schedules would need to be changed. And then, of course, we'd still have transportation offered for all the qualified riders, and then all safety protocols would need to be in place. Next slide. For this, we only had 12%, or a little over 12% of our families who felt that the 4 half-day option was something they were interested in for their child. Next slide. The last option was full-time on campus. So basically full-time on campus 5 days a week. This would allow for, the class sizes would be larger, and there'll also be possibly more children on campus. And there could be a schedule change for some of the students, but it would depend on the number of students on campus. And then all students would be required to follow the safety protocols. Next slide. And for the younger students, almost 36% of the families felt like they wanted to have their children back on campus full time. Next slide. So the conclusions are if we're looking at the dominant choices, we're full-time remote, over 50% of our families preferred that, or full-time on campus with about 36% of our families there. We also looked at the 6th grade, since that is considered secondary grades, and those classes do rotate. And so it was similar in the number of students or the percentage of students that preferred remote and on full-time on campus, 49% remote, and almost 29% would be full-time on campus. Those were their preferred preferences. And we did get an equitable response across all the grades that we surveyed. Next slide.
What do you mean by equitable response?
We basically, if you looked at all the grades that we surveyed, we got about the same number of response across all the grades.
Okay, thank you.
Make sense? Okay, good. All right, next, high school survey. This went out to a little over 18,000 emails. Again, families might have more than one email within their parent group. And we sent robocalls and text messages as well as 2 reminders. asking them to complete the survey. We got a very high response, a little over 16,000, 91%. I would say this, we might have had some families that took the survey twice because that's very high, but there's not a way to control that. And then we gave them 3 different options. We had full-time remote, or half-day hybrid, or full-time on campus. Next slide. So the full-time remote was the first choice, and there is about 18% of our families chose this for high school. Next slide. For the hybrid 4 half days, again, same model as was in the younger grades, where they're on campus 4 mornings a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. It would not require schedule changes, and all safety protocols would need to be in place, and students would agree to that if they were to come on campus. Next slide. With this, we only had about 5% that preferred this option. However, it's notable that 86% said this would be an okay option if that was their choice. Next slide. And then the last option, full-time on-campus learning, 5 full days a week, Monday through Friday. Again, all safety protocols would be in place. It is potential that there would be larger class sizes because there'll be more students on campus. And it could require thousands of schedule changes in order to meet some of our cohorting protocols. Next slide. And with this one, dominantly almost 78% of our families preferred to have their students back on campus full time. Next slide. And so the big things out of here is we had 18% of our families wanted remote. Almost 78% of our families said they wanted to be on campus full time. And then 86% of our families said the 4-day, half-day hybrid model was acceptable to them. We did note that 9th graders were our largest responders of the families that were chosen. And then another anomaly was when we also asked them to choose by school. So we had an idea of what schools they were from. Catalina High School was the dominant choice. However, we think this was because it was the first school in the list. And so families just didn't scroll down to pick the other schools. Next slide. And that's it. Any questions? All right, thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
I wonder if, well, for one, did we reach out to school administrators and kind of give them a heads up about the information on the survey? Because I spoke with several principals and they were a bit blindsided by the information in this survey.
This was sent to all the principals the day before that it went out to review.
Principals were notified before it went public. They had an opportunity to review it and give us suggestions before it went live.
You're saying that before, like, if you can tell me the timeline, because that's not really what some teachers or some principals told me, that like a day before isn't really a good heads up, you know what I mean? In the future, I would like to see, like the board had input on the surveys, if we could give maybe the teachers and also the principals the ability to put in their input before we send it out to parents, because like I think Kate Donovan's letter to us, you know what I mean, call to the audience, excuse me. I do think the survey left a lot to be desired, and we can make it more understandable.
Okay, no problem.
So I have a question about the response rates. Was the 36% response rates for the pre-K or to 3 and 6th grade typical? You said the one for high school wasn't typical. That was pretty high, and who knows why that number is so high.
Right.
I was kind of disappointed at the only 36% response rate on for younger kids. Is that typical what we expect from parents?
If you look at general response rates to surveys and stuff, you're lucky to get 3%. Okay. So, we've been very fortunate the way that we've done our surveys the last year that we have gotten much higher percentages. And so I felt that 36% was very representative from our district to give us an idea of what they were looking for.
So I have a question. So when this was sent out to parents, to be honest, I don't recall grabbing it and getting it just because I don't know. My daughter's in 7th grade. I wasn't quite, I know we had a discussion, but to be honest, I wasn't quite sure exactly what grade levels it were sent to, because I'm usually pretty responsive in surveys. And number 2 is I'm going to assume there's a high percentage of families in our district that, even though we've, maybe they're using it on their phone, or you've called them, you've emailed them, I think short of knocking on the door, have they come to the school asking about when kids, when their kids are coming back? I mean, there has to be a good portion of our population that just doesn't have the capability right now, maybe, to answer the surveys.
Sure.
And how are we reaching those families?
Right. So, we have, all of our families have parent contact information within our Synergy system. And so that's how we pull that information via the emails, the phone numbers. We did robocalls, we texted, we did emails, we do it in multiple languages, whatever their dominant language choice is. So they do have all of that information. As far as if they're coming to schools that ask if they can come, when they're coming back, I don't have any information on that. I can tell you, you said you didn't get it because you have a 7th grader, which would be correct. We chose to only send it through pre-K to 3rd and 6th graders, and then grades 9 through 12. So the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th grade families were not represented.
Okay, and I appreciate that answer. But my follow-up question is I don't even know if this is even a metric that we can try to get, but I would just kind of like to know if there's any families showing up at their schools, because I've done a couple tours of schools already, and sort of the overarching theme that I'm seeing is that, parents are calling into the school and wanting to talk to the principal and wanting to see what's happening. And, they're concerned. And it's both sides are concerned if, are we coming back now? Are we coming back later? And there just seems to be this general anxiety. So I want to be able to, as a board member and as a parent, to see if we can somehow lessen that anxiety and help guide, I have a lot of anxiety myself. So I want to see how we can guide families that are showing up at our schools.
Sure, we can talk to the assistant superintendents and develop some strategies around that to help them provide those answers to families.
Shaw.
Thank you. I think there's an equity issue here, having the surveys just sent out on email. We have to really be innovative in how we are, asking parents how they would like to move forward, because, a lot of our school population may not be connected. And plus, a lot of parents might just completely overlook an email. And so if we can find a way to, send out the surveys over email, but maybe also do a phone survey. I think there was one in the past, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe even having to go door to door so we can really get an accurate assessment of parents' wants and needs.
Sure. We sent robocalls as well as texted them to look at their emails. So they were aware, but certainly we can look at other ways to do that. Share the links.
But a robocall isn't exactly like, it's not press 1 for this option. So they might get the robocall, numbers might be temporary. Still, the survey is only accessible on email. And so I think we should find ways to make that.
Absolutely. We will work on that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Counts? Yeah, so of my children, one of them, I was surveyed for one, and I did receive, oh my gosh, at least 2 emails and 3 phone calls reminding me to do it. I do think that for the most part, there has to be a mechanism for us to reach families very quickly. And I do think that with whatever feedback we received about the survey and whether it was easy to understand or not, what I do think would be helpful for families to know, this was a survey just to get an idea and to help the district kind of make plans. But I think that families and students need to understand that if there is a 50-50 split and half of the students want to go on campus and the other half are going to stay remote, what that means to their schedules and how it's going to change, and that changes are coming. Because I think that what we did the previous time when we were trying to create this hybrid model that would result in the least amount of changes for everybody, that really we were lessening the educational day for everyone, because we were trying to make sure that you could stay with your own teacher. And so for me, the child that was surveyed wants to go back on campus. I might have a lot of reservations about that, but I do feel that he would greatly benefit from being on campus. But I also know that if we get to the point where it really is a 50-50 split for our other grades, I think that my decision for my younger one would have to do more with the teacher and whether the teacher's going back on campus. If his teacher's going back on campus, then he would likely go back. If his teacher's not, then we would happily stay remote. I think those decisions, as we get down to it, are going to be really critical in whether parents are going to ultimately make the decision for their child to go on campus or not. And I also think that it's important for those parents to know that if their teacher is going on campus and they're not, that they're going to switch, teachers will be switched, and that it might get to the point where we have 4th grade teachers that are remote, and it might not be your child's teacher. And so I do think that could be very disruptive as well. But as you've said a couple times this evening, letting people know ahead of time and letting them make informed decisions is going to be really important.
All right, and so with that, we'll go into the recommendations. And I think as a context, Mrs. Grijalva did a really good job in terms of, yes, on the survey, we explicitly noted which options would probably require schedule changes, probably feature larger class sizes. When we actually get into synergy, where parents then select their model, we are still even there going to be very, very upfront about the options. There's no way to open schools without schedule changes. It's just the degree to which schedules will be changed. It really is impossible to implement any kind of an in-person learning return where 0% of the students have a schedule change. So that's definitely something we want to continue to reiterate with our parents. So having heard the information, our administrative team would like to discuss with the governing board some final recommendations. We would like to recommend that we have the students return for in-person learning on Wednesday, March 24th. That would be for all of our elementary, and we'll clean this up a little bit, because in our high school model, Wednesday's a remote day. But all of our elementary kids, we would look for a return on Wednesday, March 24th. Our secondary students, our 6th through 12th grade students, return on Thursday, March 25th. because in that model that I'll talk about now, it would be a Wednesday remote day. We are looking at an all staff back on campus day, Monday after spring break. We heard several calls to the audience voice support for waiting until the fourth quarter. This is waiting for the fourth quarter. The first day of the fourth quarter, the last term of the school year, is Monday, March 22nd. Now, our recommendation based off of what we saw in the survey is to offer two parental options, two options for parents for all students, preschool, elementary through K-8. We want to be able to offer either option A, 100% fully remote, 5 days a week, 5 full school days, remote, not on campus, just at home, continuing to learn from home through our synchronous and asynchronous models. Then option 2 is a 100% full-time return to campus. 5 days a week, 5 full school days for the families that opt to do that. No hybrid. We heard a complete and utter rejection of the hybrid model in the surveys that we saw go out. The administration, we have struggled logistically with the complexities of trying to implement a hybrid model while still trying to eliminate frustration of parents and employees and teachers and campus administrators. And giving the families what they've asked for right now is within our reach. It's feasible, especially with the trend of upwards of 50% of respondents saying that they're going to prefer to remain remote anyway. So this leaves a lot of room to be able to offer an all grades approach. I do not recommend a targeted grade level approach to a return. I think that that compromises the culture and climate of the district. I think it raises anxiety, especially for parents who have multiple kids in their home and maybe one kid is in one of the targeted grade levels and gets to be back on campus, but the other 2 kids don't have that option. It just creates a lot of anxiety and frustration. Same with our employees. Anytime that we have a segment of our workforce, they have to do A, while the other segment of the workforce gets to do B. And option B is viewed as less labor intensive or more safe. We're going to have an impact on the culture and climate of our employees. I think it's better for one consistent message, one consistent expectation for our employees to come back. And I think it's in the best interest of the district and equity in this district that we offer the same accessibility and opportunities for all grade levels to go ahead and come back. High school is different. High school is different for one fundamental reason. What you have in high school is what you don't have, and I'll say middle school. I want to say middle school and high school. High school and middle schools are different because every student has multiple teachers attached to them throughout the day. That takes you on a whole different scheduling trajectory versus the elementary student. The elementary student has one teacher assigned to them all day. So we have a different set of scheduling options that work for elementary that don't necessarily work for high schools. It's for this reason that we're going to go ahead and recommend the 4 half-day hybrid model for our high school and our middle school families. And this is going to be a model that the majority, 86% of our survey respondents at the high school level said they can live with. It's not their first option, but they'll do it. And the main reason is safety, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But the 4-day-a-week, half-day on campus option, that brings students back to campus 4 days a week. Each high school and middle school student, they've got 5 or 6 different classes, 5 or 6 different teachers that they see every single day. This option allows them to see each of their 5 to 6 teachers at least 2 times a week. They'll get live in-person contact with their teachers. And teachers and students keep their schedules intact. And I'll show you what that looks like in a moment. But there are no schedule changes outside of exceptional circumstances that are attached to this model. This model reduces passing periods. That's something that, as I spoke with a lot of you, was your number one concern about high school. Tons of kids changing classes 6 or 7 times a day, crowding halls. That is something that we wanted to avoid. This model does that. So this model is going to minimize passing periods, cut them in half. We're going to be able to offer smaller on-campus sizes, and we're going to be able to take down passing periods from 6 to 3. Students will receive in this model when they're on campus, they're going to receive a half day of in-person learning where they'll show up physically for a half day. And then in the afternoons, they will log on and do their remote assignments through asynchronous time. So they'll get a full school day. It's just half of it will be in the morning, half of it will be in the afternoon. Because of the age of our secondary crowd, the childcare and supervision challenges that we saw with elementary aren't necessarily as pronounced in this model. The natural question is, why can't we just bring everybody back? Why can't we just have all the high school kids come back? The reason is safety. If you have thousands of students coming back onto the campuses, you're going to have thousands of students that are going to be switching classes every 45, 50 minutes, going to be crowding into bathrooms. They're going to be crowding into cafeterias. It's going to be harder to implement our mitigation protocols. So the only way to bring 100% of the students back 5 days a week is to implement thousands of schedule changes through a practice called cohorting. And what this means is, let's take Tucson High, for example. Tucson High, what we would do at Tucson High with cohorting would be what we would have to do at Cholla and Saguaro and every other high school. We would have to go into Tucson High and say, okay, we are going to bring all 3,000 students, give them an opportunity to come back. We are going to have to go in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th and divide up the 9th grade class, 10th grade class, 11th grade class, 12th grade class into small, same grade level groups of 15 to 20. And then we'd all have to assign each small cohort group of 15 to 20 to a room. And we'd have to overhaul those 15 to 20 student schedules so they all would have the exact same 4 teachers. Massive schedule changes, thousands, into the thousands. It is actually better to just go with a hybrid where we're accomplishing the same thing. Your passing periods are cut in half. You are keeping student schedules intact. Teachers are keeping students on their rosters, and we're avoiding the disruptive nature of so many schedule changes. This is going to be our recommendation. So before we talk timeline, I just want to go back and show what the schedule would look like. So if I can throw it over to Jean, or actually I have it here. This is what it looks like visually. So when our kids come back, all of our students have 6 different teachers on their schedule, 6 different courses. This 4 half-day-a-week model, I'm going to start school in this example at 8:10, and I'm done at 11:24. I'm going to grab my lunch and I'm going to go. So this schedule is going to allow me to see my first, second, and third period teachers live and in person on Monday. And then I get to see them again on Thursday morning. So I get to see them 2 times. Then I get to see my 4th, 5th, and 6th period teachers on Tuesday. And I get to see them again on Friday. Wednesday, everybody's remote. So on Wednesdays, everybody's logging on from home. That's a day for the school to really focus on cleaning and really getting into those highly trafficked areas that are most likely to be high points of transmission, those bathrooms, front office areas, classrooms, doorknobs, windows, computer keyboards. This is going to be an opportunity. Teachers will have the opportunity to work remotely from home on this day. So this is a day that we could really focus and drill down on the cleaning. So what's going on in the afternoon? If you look at this schedule, students that are selecting 100% remote learning don't want to step foot on a campus. they're keeping their teacher as well. And they're logging on for live Zoom instruction when that teacher does their respective online instruction starting in the afternoon. So in the morning, these students are finishing assignments. They're logging on and doing assigned asynchronous work while they're waiting for the afternoon to actually log into their Zoom classes and get live online instruction. Vice versa for your morning kids. Students attending physically in the morning do their live classes in the morning. Then they're responsible for going home in the afternoon, logging on, finishing their homework, finishing any assignments that have been assigned. It's a huge block of time for them to be able to do that. They may have asynchronous time assigned to them on the computer that they're going to need to be responsible for completing. On Wednesdays, everybody's together. Catch-up day. Teachers have all of their students with them. From the teacher's perspective, I'm keeping all my students. I am teaching from 8:10 in the morning to 11:24. My next commitment, I'm going to have a lunch period built in here from 11:24 to 12:07, and from 12:11 to 1:09, my afternoon classes begin. So teachers that live close enough may be able to go home and work from home if that is something that the principal is going to authorize, or teachers are going to have an opportunity to get lunch, get a break, and be able to get in and do their afternoon classes. Now, it should be noted that schedules might vary from high school to high school, but are going to have this sort of same structure. Same with middle schools. They're going to still have the same structure that we're looking at right here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Blaine. He'll talk a little bit about timeline in terms of the student information system and what the next steps are for parents to make a selection.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Trujillo, and good evening, Board President, members of the board, Councilor Ross. Do we have Jean, can you bring back up the PowerPoint? And we'll go to the slide just after where Dr. Trujillo was again, and then one more. So our parents historically for the last few years have been using online registration to register for their kids, for our schools. And so that happens each year and our parents are familiar with that. What we would need to do, Jean, I'm sorry, you need to back up one slide, is with the superintendent's approval, we would open that back up for parents to go in and make a choice. They would choose either online or remote or in-person instruction. And then we would collect that information through the 5th of March. So parents would have ideally from tomorrow through the 5th of March to make their selections. And then we would shut that off on the 5th of March, but leave it open for school offices. So school offices could still select for parents should a parent contact their school and ask for assistance through March 11th. Once that March 11th date occurred, we would shut off that collection of data effective on the 12th, and we would make the data that we've collected available to each principal in each school so they could plan rostering for their schools based on a parent selection of a student being in person or remote. So at that point, schools would have the data that they need to plan for their respective campus. So whether by grade level or by section, they would have the data for each student that's associated with each school. That would allow principals to then do the preparation to have their campuses ready for the week of March 22nd. So Jean, next slide. So as parents have now made their selections, and we start preparing the schools. As Dr. Trejo said, March 22nd is the first day of the fourth quarter, but we would allow teachers to use March 12th before we went into spring break as a voluntary teacher classroom prep day. In addition, when we come back on March 22nd, the first day of instruction would be a full day remote sequential, and teachers would give students work for the next day, the 23rd, which would be an asynchronous day. And then teachers could also use that day to prepare their classrooms. And then finally, as Dr. Trujillo alluded to, students would return to on-site on campus on the 24th or the 25th for the high school option. So that's what the timeline would look like from the collection of data, making data available to our school principals and their staff to plan, and then ultimately getting the classrooms underway the week of March 22nd. Any questions about any of that?
I have a question.
Yes.
The hybrid model for middle school and high school has that Wednesday where it's going to be a cleaning day, but there's no cleaning day for elementary schools. What do we plan on doing to make sure that elementary school stays as clean as possible, given that they're not given that Wednesday to do a deep cleaning?
So Dr. Trio, do you want me to answer that, or do you want to answer that?
You can go ahead, Blaine, and then I'll chime in.
So Board Member Shaw, the school district team has been planning for many months of what reentry to our schools would look like. And so there's been extensive planning around what cleaning, a lot of those cleaning protocols go on today for our campuses, although we don't have huge populations on them. Those same protocols would continue day in and day out. So that is something that the operations custodial staff team knows well. And so there are protocols that would be carried out each day. And that would even be true for the schools where the hybrid models would be used. Those things there would still be appropriate cleaning going on the days that students are on campus at select times. But then the days that students are not there, then of course there's other operational cleaning measures that can be taken. But for the other campuses where kids are coming on each day, cleaning protocols that have been established while we've been in this pandemic would be carried out each day.
Well, I understand that there's protocols already in place, but given that after fourth quarter, there's going to be a great increase of students on campus, I think we'll have to change or maybe find more custodial help to make sure that those clean environments are maintained.
Yeah, and that's certainly something that we could have John Muir, our operations, our CEO of operations, Chief Operations Officer, provide more detail on what that looks like.
Yeah, and it certainly wasn't my intention to downplay elementary. It's just that our high schools have thousands, hundreds, and that's not to downplay the importance of safety, even on a campus that may only have 100 or 150. We certainly want to make sure that we target the appropriate resources and custodial support on a daily basis to our elementary communities. Because you're right, Board Clerk Shaw, they're coming back, and that's the kids that are going to be on campus. That's a full day. That's a full week model.
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
If I can have a moment here. So Dr. Trio, Mr. Young, and everyone who was involved in it, I appreciate all the hard work that it took to put this together, and all the recommendations, and all the work that you're doing trying to balance culture in this our schools, and equity, and so many other things that we're trying to balance. I do need to say though that I have not had not a single conversation with a parent who doesn't tell me that their kid who I have not had too many negatives. Every single conversation I have with parents, they tell me that their kid is struggling, and especially the youngest kids. 100% of the parents I speak to tell me about their struggles with remote learning. And those who are, I have a lot of friends, and my daughter's in 3rd grade. I have a lot of parents I know whose kids are in, elementary school, especially the youngest years, and they are struggling the most. And I want our board to consider what we had talked about a few weeks ago about a staggered approach, and especially a March 1st date. From what I understand, every single other district in this area will be open for some form of in-person learning March 1st, and we will be the only district that is still 100% remote for another, couple of weeks after that date. Our understanding of COVID transmission and spread in our schools has definitely changed over time, and we are understanding that our schools, as long as we put together significant and sufficient mitigation strategies like social distancing, hand washing, hand sanitizing, masking, that our schools are not where people transmit COVID. And when we talked about the staggered approach a few weeks ago at a special board meeting we created just to talk about school reopening, we talked about what the benefits of that would be. Especially if we look at the youngest kids, K3, and we added on a few others, but we really focus on that K3 crowd that is struggling most with remote learning. That gives us a chance to build trust and show proof of concept that shows best practices and that we can put into the whole school. Gives us a chance to have a smaller population and work out any small kinks that come up before we get to the wider population. And it also helps because we start in the 4th quarter. We know that the first couple of weeks, especially with the youngest kids, are going to have a lot more routine learning than other things, and we're wasting most of the 4th quarter with routine learning. And we can start earlier. It gives the kids a chance to learn some routines, to kind of learn what it means to be back in school, get a break, and then everyone coming back after spring break. So I'm someone who really hesitated with this in the fall. We spent a lot of time trying to decide, in the fall, whether we would enroll our 3rd grader in person after Veterans Day, and we have the calculus of my father living with us and, his, and what, our children would bring home and what the risk is for my father. But again, you're looking at, what we understand about transmission, I am much less concerned about this than I was in the fall. And I think that we can open safely and not be the only district still closed after March 1st.
Ms. Counts?
Rose, yes.
So I agree with Dr. Ravi, but I would like to see maybe more of a rollout. Maybe and I've been thinking about this a lot too. We've talked about this before. We're all parents. We could care about our teachers. We have friends that are teachers and teachers and staff that are entrusting us to make wise decisions. The level of anxiety of seeing my daughter go back to the classroom is high. But at the same time, and I'm not trying to out my daughter, but she struggled this year. She's had a very rough time. And I know a majority of our kids have, but for her to not have the grades that normally she gets, she's not a remote learner, and she would do better in the classroom. But maybe if we use I'm just afraid, and I realize Dr. Trujillo and the staff have worked to, as Blaine was showing us, what they've been doing all year to make this happen. So I don't want to make it look like you're just throwing kids in there willy-nilly. But if we had maybe a slow rollout in the week previous, or on that March 1st date, and we start with the lower grades to kind of maybe work out the kinks. I know that may help mitigate some fears and see, how the district is handling protocols. I recently was at Bonias Elementary, and the principal there, Mr. Schiavone, had a wonderful, I thought, and granted, I haven't been to every school, but from what I've seen so far, what his rollout was, I thought it was something that I could live with if my child was in the K-5 level. And, you know, laying that out, this is what we're doing, A, B, C, and helping to, like I said, mitigate fears, and also listening to teachers that are also hesitant and for good reason. But I want us to go back to make sure that, you know, people are vaccinated. We are using good science and good data and you know, trusting our medical professionals like Dr. Ravi's colleagues that, you know, we're moving on for the best decision of our kids. And it's going to be a year that we haven't had children in the classroom. And I'm just afraid the longer we go on, the harder it will be to perhaps maybe bring back some of the families that we have lost. And having that option of being remote, I know that's asking a lot of our teachers, but maybe that would also help mitigate our fears.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Greenholder.
I am concerned that we won't have had the majority of our, I'm sorry, my internet's crazy. I'll turn off my camera. I'm concerned that we won't have enough of our staff vaccinated. Not everyone has had an opportunity to be vaccinated yet. I'm thinking specifically of some of our support staff. And I think the goal was to make sure that at least everyone had their first vaccine, preferably the second, before we go back. So I understand the intention of wanting to do like kind of a soft opening, like for restaurants, like let's do a little soft opening and see how we go. I'm not opposed to looking at that idea, but I do like giving campuses an opportunity to sort of figure out some of these concerns. I know that for elementary schools, depending on how many are going back and the campus, are we going to be telling people that only a percentage of the school population can come back, because otherwise we won't have social distancing. You know, our children can still get COVID. They can still give it to each other, and our kids won't be vaccinated. So I want to make sure that we're also cognizant of the fact that we have some parents that are not going to want their children to return for a number of reasons. One of them might be the reason that Ravi mentioned, where you have somebody in your household that is, you know, for whatever reason can't take the vaccine or are not willing to, and the family doesn't want to risk it. Or you have children that have immunocompromised, have asthma, other issues. So I think that it's important for us to look at the big picture. And I know that other schools are opening. I do. But I also appreciate the fact that I think TUSD has been the district that has really looked out for their employees above everything else. And I think that that's very important. And one of the reasons why many of our staff and teachers have been proud to say that they work for TUSD. So the metrics in Pima County are not improving. They're not. And the vaccines, we're getting less almost on a weekly basis. And so initially we thought that we were going to be able to have everyone vaccinated without any problem. And that's not the case. And I think Dr. Trujillo can confirm that, because I know, at least anecdotally, I've talked to many teachers trying to help, asking for help to navigate this system. So I know that all of us are getting pulled in a lot of different directions. We're also thinking about our own children and what's best for them. But I do think that it's important for us to look at the state of our county and the fact that we really are not in a safe place. And to put that many people into a small space is a big concern for me. Thanks.
I would just like to say that I am all for opening up 100% when I feel that it will work. And I think that having all of our staff have the opportunity to have at least received their first vaccination will make it so that it is functional and that it's something that we could actually do. My kids have been at TUSD for since winter under McKinney-Vento and special ed. We have serious issues with remote learning and specifically my daughter's health and things I don't really want to get into that are private, but it has been horrible for her and not so much for my son, who's a little bit older. But we need our schools open and we need to do it in the safest way possible. And I think the proposal that administration has given us tonight allows us to do that and with those target dates. And this isn't about, we're not moving the goalpost. I think that we need to be 100% in and committed come what may. But everybody has the opportunity to get a vaccine and we need to open up our schools again. And I appreciate the work that's gone into this plan. I think it's doable, it's safe, and it's what's best for our kids. So I support it, Dr. Trujillo.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Luna.
I just want to make the comment that, going forward, this is, and Ms. Grijalva's right, we're being pulled in 1,000 different directions, and this is not an easy decision. It's not like I woke up today and said, yes, we're opening schools. It's comes with serious anxiety and heart palpitations, but being hopeful in the data. And I know Pima County's numbers do not look great, but we're also seeing data from the CDC that children are. It's not as bad at the schools, but we understand that there can be with more bodies, teachers. I mean, we just had a memorial service tonight, remembrance for teachers in our district, staff and teachers. My own father just recently got out of the hospital for COVID. He was there for almost 2 weeks. So, I mean, this is something that is, obviously, as it's getting hits closer to home, is something you think about. So I don't want to come across as that this is just, it's an easy decision. And I don't think, and I'm hoping that the public and other parents understand this is not an easy, and teachers and staff, it's not an easy decision for any of us. And, but we really appreciate your input.
Ms. Counts. I have a big issue with the return to school, especially in light of the memorial we had earlier today where, I think 9 employees have lost their lives. And so, I think we really have to honor their legacies by protecting the staff, protecting the students and the families at home. Even if we're able to vaccinate all staff, the students won't be vaccinated. Some of their parents won't be vaccinated. And, a large portion of our Tucson community will not be vaccinated. And as the largest school district, I think we really have to take the most care in how we approach the return. Even if it's on the fourth quarter, right before spring break, that might be a super spreader event. People might be, gathering in large groups and then they return to school. It could be a big problem for us. And, I know what the CDC data says about in-person learning being safe, but that's not like taking into account Pima County metrics, which are exorbitant. And so I'm really hesitant to support going back on that date.
Ms. Shaw, was that going back on the 1st or going back on the 22nd that you're not in support of? I didn't know.
Both days.
Both days, okay.
Dr. Trujillo, if you could answer if we have hired any more custodians to mitigate those cleaning priorities that we're going to have to do for elementary, middle school, and high school. And also if you could just describe for us the amount of PPE that would be given to schools and the quality of the PPE.
So the board has been given a detailed, you've been given access to a Microsoft Teams folder where we did detailed walkthroughs of every single campus, took pictures of PPE inventory. That's available for you. We can also make that publicly available as well. Every single school in the district posted its reentry plan. It's on the front page of its website for anybody that wants to know how frequently they're going to clean bathrooms, where they have the plexiglass, what they've done with drinking fountains, how they're going to implement distancing. The plans were publicly posted in the fall. So if you would like to, anybody watching out there in the viewing public, and we are going to be making an attempt with our CARES Act dollars coming in to get N95 masks so that they're available upon request for our employees, as well as face shields that will be available for all of our inside the classroom employees that are working directly with students. The challenge is how fast those could possibly come in. But I know that those were two items that we've heard Dr. Gravoy-Shaw advocate for the face shields. We've heard Ms. Counts in a couple of public meetings advocate for N95s. We've heard numerous employees ask for those items as well. And we're going to be working really, really hard to get them in advance of an opening. And as far as custodial, we took steps to increase custodial allocations at our elementaries. They used to get 0.5, a half-time custodial. We did extend that to a full-time person. And in some instances, our custodial supervisors that we have in the district have been able to better direct resources and additional district help to schools to help them keep up with sanitation protocols. But I'm going to be honest with you, our schools have not been put to the test. So I would be remiss if I were to stand up here and say that we're good. We're going to be tested. We have not had students en masse back on campus like we will have when we trigger a start date. But I'm fully confident in our campus administrators and the teams. I'm fully confident in our custodial staff to be able to keep up with the COVID-19 preventative measures that are going to be called for.
Ms. Shaw.
Has there been any effort to encourage or explore outdoor learning and also make it so that during lunch, the cafeterias are closed and students have to eat outside, so there's not an instance where the mask is down in a large group of people?
You know, I want to be very honest, not just with our board, but with the public. When some of these models, particularly the model that's most in demand, when you have a larger presence of students on a particular campus, your mitigation protocols get harder to implement. And with the amount of elementary school parents requesting a return to full-time instruction 5 days a week, it's going to depend on the school, Board Clerk Shaw, that it's going to depend on the school. If a particular school has a higher percentage of students, I'll take Borman, for example. Borman in the last couple of surveys has been very consistent with upwards of 80 to 85% of their campus wanting a return to on campus. In a school like Borman, it's going to be hard to count on outdoor learning spaces to take care of the cafeteria issue just because of the sheer size of the student body on that campus. At some point, the cafeteria will probably have to be used. But in another school, maybe a smaller school like a Cabot, or I'll take Carrillo in this example. Carrillo in the last couple of survey administrations, the predominant majority of the Carrillo families have selected remote, which leaves a smaller on-campus population asking for in-person learning. That instance, 100%, Ms. Shaw, we're able to not use the cafeteria. We're able to take care of meal times through outdoor learning spaces. We're able to do a lot more outside. So it's going to depend on campus to campus to campus. In our last study session, we talked about how this is really going to depend on campus to campus to campus. The size of in-person learning requests that we're going to see is going to vary greatly depending on what school we're at.
I just hope that students are at least given the option, because I know in my daughter's elementary school, they're or before COVID, rigid about, everybody has to eat in the cafeteria. So as a parent, if you, decide to send your student to a school with the caveat of, hey, I want them specifically to eat outside, I hope that there is always an option for those students.
Absolutely.
Dr. Trujillo, one last question. So we're talking about returning to campus for elementary, and some of the plans that are listed there, especially for some of our smaller schools, have like 14 to 16 students per grade. So we're going with the assumption that about 50% of our elementary students are going to request remote.
Right.
Based on the data, based on the surveys.
Yeah, and that's still a shaky assumption. We're not going to really know until parents actually select through Parent View their instructional preference. Then each individual school is going to be able to see, all right, boom, locked in, 30% of my campus. I think we saw at Carrillo, 10% of the student body, very small percentage of wanted back on campus. Then principals are going to know their options. We have scheduled a principals meeting for early next week where we're going to get into the weeds and give them the logistics and the details in terms of what's to be expected. We are also working very closely with TEA and Eli leadership to develop a common framework and a common set of criteria that that principals will be able to look at and use when making a decision about online teaching assignments. Because what we know is we're going to have a separation of duties. So we know that we're not asking teachers to teach online students and in-person students simultaneously at the same time. So when a school gets its percentage of students that have selected 100% remote, let's pick on Carrillo and say, all right, Carrillo has 80 students that they're going to be 100% remote. We know that that's about 3 teaching assignments, but we also know that online teaching assignment requests are hugely popular right now with teachers. We know that for those 3 assignments, we might see 10 staff members compete. So we want to make sure that there's a fair, transparent set of criteria that Eli leadership feels good about, that TEA feels good about. We're working with them to develop that so we can give structured details to our principals before those numbers start coming in, and they have to make some decisions about which staff members are being selected for remote teaching assignments versus those that are coming back on campus.
Yeah, I just think that what your site administration and teachers are going to need is a lot more detail to be able to wrap your head around what the day is going to look like. Because even if we have 50% of the students that come back, let's say we're going to take Carrillo, for example, if you have an average class size of 28 and we really can only accommodate 14 or 15 in each class, then you're assuming that we're going to run out of teaching staff. See what I mean? You have 1 grade, you have 2 teachers per grade. And if you have 14 children in each grade or in each class that decide to come back, how are we going to figure out for the students that are going to stay remote if their teacher isn't? Do you see what I'm saying? Like in trying to figure out all of the details, I think it's important for us to break some of those things down. And I think especially for some of our smaller schools that, there's a handful of us. Holiday is another one. Davis is another one where you have 2 teachers per grade. And if you have 14 students in each of those teachers' classes that want to come back on campus, you still have a pretty large population of students that are wanting to stay remote. So how are we going to address?
We talked about this. Yep, absolutely. And this is what I really wanted to emphasize when we had our study session. You're going to have split assignments. At the as we said at the study session, there's going to be combo assignments in remote situations and with on-campus learning. When you have 30 kids on a campus and, they're in 3 different grade levels, at some point, there's going to be a teaching assignment that has 2 grade levels in a class. Same with remote. As we talked about in the study session, class sizes are going to vary from campus to campus to campus. And I want to be very, very clear that there's no way to guarantee that every single classroom in an in-person learning situation is going to have only 10 kids and that everybody's going to be exactly 6 feet apart. The gift on that is that by requesting March 22nd, we can mitigate some of that, because by March 22nd, we're fairly confident that the entirety of the TUSD workforce has either had an opportunity to get at least one of the 2 vaccine shots, has received both vaccine shots, or has had an opportunity and has declined taking the vaccine. We feel like that Pima County Health Department has turned a corner, TCC's turned a corner, and that was part of our rationale for suggesting that March 22nd might be better, because we can, some of those other mitigation efforts that are lessened and compromised by the size of a particular classroom or the amount of students that are on a particular campus, our employees would feel a little better walking into that kind of a situation in late March if they had their 2 vaccines, if they had at least the first one, which we know the first one offers 65 to 70% of overall immunity will come from the first shot, or they've at least in good faith been offered the opportunity and they've declined it. I think that is a rough ride when the employees haven't been in a situation where they've had access to that first shot or had an opportunity to be asked. So that's definitely something we're going to review in detail when we see the principals next week.
Well, I've said from the beginning that I can hold on as long as I know what's coming, and really not even me, but my kids that are experiencing, severe stress and issues from the remote learning that's not working for them. They can hold on, but we need, I think, having that commitment of a date that administration thinks is doable, that teachers will have the opportunity to have at least their first vaccine, and all these logistics can be worked out, that we can wait. But it's the not knowing, it's the waffling back and forth, and that's what is pretty unbearable. So I'll just say again, I can wait if the 22nd is what administration thinks is doable, and we can have the majority of our staff, if not all of our staff, have at least their first vaccine. We can do it. I can do that, and I support that.
I want to thank everybody for their feedback. It's been valuable. We're certainly going to meet with the team based off of the conversation and the views and the preferences expressed today. I still recommend the 22nd being the best option. Probably not the first option for every single person here, but something that I don't hear from everybody in terms as I try to read and test the waters here. What I don't hear is keep us closed indefinitely. What I don't hear is close us down for the year. And I do hear loud and clear that there is a desire to open. And it's just the question of the March 1st versus the March 22nd. As a reminder to the public, I'm still operating off of the authority that the governing board granted me earlier on in the pandemic to call for an opening or closing of school. And the reason for the study session is to give our governing board members the opportunity to give direct feedback to me and suggestions and any further direction that they'd like me to take prior to making that decision. So this is why we've not scheduled this as an action item for a potential reopening of schools.
Just to be clear, Dr. Trujillo, you said you have the sole authority in deciding a date?
Yes, the governing board voted to place the authority in the superintendent earlier on in the pandemic. It was, I believe, the June vote to give the superintendent the authority to reopen the district and call for closures. My commitment was that wasn't going to be a sole decision, that I would obviously consult with the board, and that's been the purpose of our study sessions to gain governing board feedback. And that's where it currently stands right now, and why I would be recommending a March 22nd opening date.
Okay.
All right, any other board members? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Thank you, staff, for all the work that's been done into this and the work that will most definitely continue. Not going to be easy, but it'll be what I think is good and right for her kiddos. All right, 9.1, last item, future meeting dates and agenda items.
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
So, Dr. Trujillo, if there are any additional plans that you think we should know about before either March 22nd or whatever date is targeted, I'm open to having another special meeting, maybe another 2-hour study session about this issue. I think that, as much as we're trying to consolidate our meetings and have them be brief on these issues that are really important, I think one of the things that is going to be really helpful to me, and I know that there are some issues with confidentiality, but getting a handle on how many of our staff have had the opportunity to get the vaccine, have opted not to, or are still trying to get it. I think our support staff, ESPs, they're the ones that haven't had as much success being able to get the vaccine. I think our teaching staff has had opportunities, but if there is someone out there that hasn't been able to get vaccinated and have been trying, I'm sure we'll hear from them. But I think it's helpful for us to get an idea, just the same way we were able to get at least some percentages with this survey. Having an idea of how many people have had the opportunity to get vaccinated is going to be helpful to reopening. Because that was one of the things that we did talk about, right, is making sure that we open as safely as possible.
Yeah,
making sure staff is safe is important.
We certainly can. There are some additional items, certainly, that we can talk about, some quick Zoom study sessions. This will definitely be one going forward.
I just want to second that, Dr. Trujillo, if there's any reason that you need to call an emergency meeting or a quick study session, I am open and would appreciate that if it's needed. Ms. Shaw, did you have your hand raised?
I did. I want to propose a future agenda item.
Go ahead.
Just given that we have a major change in the board, I would feel more comfortable if we can look into transferring the authority of an opening date to the board.
Okay.
So I will,
under your guidance, of course, Dr. Trujillo.
I will say that we'll need a special meeting this week if we're going to meet a March 22nd timeline. I was going to call for an opening of school effective now, March 22nd. This will delay that. We'll have to schedule a governing board meeting to take a formal vote. I'm here to implement the will of the board. Just know that it's going to delay. It's going to require a special meeting. We'll have to agendize this. My suggestion would be this week, or if we wait until the 23rd, we're delaying a return to in-person into the fourth quarter, either the second or the third week.
Oh, okay. So where does that leave us?
It's the will of the board. If President accounts, if this is something you want to agendize, we will hold off. My only suggestion is we'll pull back the start dates, because at this point we'll return to a status of not having a start date until a meeting can be scheduled, an action item can be agendized for the governing board to formally vote on returning to school.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Rafi.
I think the authority you have, Gabe, was given, assuming that you'll be getting feedback from the board about detailed on plans, which you have been doing on a regular basis with a study session last month, with our hour plus conversation tonight. So I think you are getting feedback. I think you're hearing from the board without having to vote and have an action. You're hearing from the board direction, and I think you have the direction you need. So I would like you to keep the authority that you have.
I would as well. And so what I'm wondering from Ms. Shaw is if she feels that you want to call a emergency board meeting to take that vote. And then I don't know how to say this, but if it's not something that you think has the board majority to pass, do you want to do that?
I mean, I'm under the impression that the proposal is as is, and we're not supposed to discuss it at this time. So we would discuss it at the emergency meeting that we would call to see. I mean, Mr. Ross, am I incorrect in that assumption? Or anyone who knows?
Mr. Ross?
Yeah, just getting thank you. I'm just getting my camera and microphone back on. Well, you do have it as, it's related to the agenda item you're just discussing. So it's on the agenda, so you could, have some level of discussion about it. But really, Ms. Shaw is right that this agenda item 9.1 is intended to just propose items, not discuss the merits of it.
Right. So can we have that as a vote right now? Because this is a motion. I mean, this is what I remember Ms. Grijalva asked this question, I think it was last meeting, where we can make those votes on not the vote to go back or not, but to even have the emergency meeting.
Yeah, yes, this item is intended to for the board to vote on whether to add meetings or agenda items.
Okay.
But not
so if Ms. Shaw makes that as a motion, if it gets a second, and only if it gets a second, then we can do a roll call vote if we will have an emergency meeting.
Can I say, Ms. Shaw, please correct me if I'm mistaken. I think your comment was about the proposal that Dr. Trujillo had about opening schools and whether we are allowed to speak on that, and not about the request to have that meeting to talk about this. I think kind of the whole question of what is the study meeting and what can we
my request, sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Gravoy Shaw, was to transfer the authority to the board and not the superintendent to be the ones to propose an opening date. As he discussed, that was voted on in June.
So, Ms. Counts, so just to make sure that everyone's clear, so what she wants is she wants a meeting for us to vote for the authority to reopen schools to come back to the board. And the reason initially why we'd given it to Dr. Trujillo is because if there was a spike, like there were in cases in Pima County, that he would be able to very quickly close schools, delay the opening, which happened several times. And so I understand the intention, Ms. Shaw, but I do think that in the past few times, I have appreciated the very quick response of we're not going to open because of these health factors. So so if there is a motion to have a special meeting to kind of transfer that authority back to the board, then what you're talking about, Ms. Counts, is if there's a second, then we schedule a meeting for that specific issue. Right. I understand. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I understood it all.
So, Mr. Ross, if you could guide us how to move forward.
Well, I see a couple of options. One is I guess you could make a motion to add a meeting for this issue, or you could make a motion to add it to the next board agenda and see if the board wants to do that. I mean, the next meeting is on the 23rd, I believe. But those are the options that I see from a procedural standpoint. Dr. Trujillo had some concerns about timeline, but that's what I see in front of you now as possibilities.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll just, so we are working quickly, I will make a motion to schedule an emergency meeting to transfer the authority to the board to set an opening date.
Okay, I don't hear a second. So motion fails due to lack of a second.
I saw Miss Luna Rose went off of mute. Did you want to say something?
I just opened it up now. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other future meeting dates or agenda items? Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Meeting adjourned 9:30, and see you back in a few weeks.
Post 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, it happens.
Yes. Thank you very much.
It's a goal. Stay safe. Thanks.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.